but that's how it goes. Hello, YouTube. It's good to see you. Welcome, one and all, to a lovely and good stream. Goodness, folks. How the heck's it going out there in viewer land? What has happened? What has been good, etc.? We've been gone now for, what, about 18 hours or so, 19 hours or so since last stream. In that time, the world has changed, and surely you have changed, and I've changed, but somehow we continue to be together once more again. Friends, I have stories, friends, I have pictures, friends, I have so much to share with you. I have forgotten a large portion of it in the panic of it all. But let's say some hello friends first. Unfortunately, because of the trouble on stream, I have lost all the hellos. So if you'd like a personalized hi, just say something in chat now. I mean, hopefully a greeting of some sort, not like, who's that strange man with audio issues? Say hello, I'll give you a hello back. It's good to see you all. Kat, I saw that you were saying you need a smile. Hopefully there's a smile in your life now, and we'll keep that one going. Simple Matthew, welcome to stream. Hello, History Teacher Steve. Unnamed Comet, what is good, my friend? Thank you for being here. Jim, I know I saw you. Hello to you also. Hello, Crystal. Hello, Outland. Hello, Razul. I suspect you're named after that super villain guy. Unfortunately, I saw the first, Nolan movie and the third one. And so this middle one, I believe, is named after Ra-Azul, Ra-Gazul, whatever his name is. And so I know literally nothing about that character, except that he's very important. That's how it goes. Nymphadora, welcome back. You straight up cheered when I fixed the audio. Hey, thank you. Proof that underdogs can win. Maybe that's our second inspirational story of the week. Yesterday, it was about the San Marino National Football Club being promoted. Today, it's about audio issues live on channel and getting them sorted. Friends, the person who told me to download this program urgently is Viewer Fairnanthus. When Viewer Fairnanthus says hello today, I would appreciate it if you'd collectively boo him. No, we like Fairnanthus. Putzaroo, what's good with you? Friends, update on the cat situation. Number one, Mr. Fritz has been fully and completely trained that when the green screen goes up, he's able to come into the room and get 2 treats. He now knows happen, one after another, 2 treats, all very good. So he's no longer afraid of the green screen. He comes in here, he walks around and so on. Yesterday, as you might recall, we received a brand new cat bed, of the sort he sleeps in upstairs, with great hopes that he will sleep in it down here also to feel comfortable hanging out with us during stream. And so the new cat bed has been placed underneath the desk. It is there right now, but he is not interested in it even a little bit. So today I put his treats serially, one after another, down into the cat bed in a position where he had to walk in a couple steps or a step or two to get the treat. And he was willing to do that. He was willing to go in and get the treat and eat the treat in the bed, both times. And then also, if I picked him up and put him into the cat bed and then stroked his back while he was in there, he would stay. And then beyond that, after that part, I would do the way in which I call him over for pet time. It's either a patting of the surface, like, come on buddy, come over here. Or it's me snapping my fingers, and Noms hates this. Noms hates that I've trained the cat to come as if a dog. There's a click, 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 come on buddy, it's time for pets. And if I do that with my hand on the far side of the cat bed, in a position where he cannot get there in any other way, after much worry, he will take a step or two into the cat bed to get pets also. So with one day of training, with one day of attempts at practice, he is going in the right direction. The experiment will continue bit by bit, day by day. I'm considering taking some of his cat hair from his bed he loves upstairs and putting it into the cat bed down here. I think it might be a way to get him more comfortable with it, because the new cat bed looks new. The new cat bed is is fluffy, not beaten down and dirty like his favorite one. I think because he's an outdoor cat initially, he's a cat who started life on the rough streets. He's suspicious of anything that is not covered in filth. So what I have to do is get the filth onto the cat. People believe they can train their cats. I think I can. I mean, he definitely does the thing I want him to do when I suggest them. He was afraid of the green screen. Now he loves the green screen, or at least loved the time. I want to believe we're making a positive difference in Mr. Fritz's life. It's a new thing with new smells. Absolutely. Twice this morning, he did rub his face on it a little bit. So I believe he is starting to engage with this, and I think it would be a slow process, but a good process. Why don't I watch YouTube videos about cats in streaming rooms? I haven't seen any of these. What happens? I'm guessing it might be like the cat bites wires, or the cat like pulls down on things. Baby Fritz, because he's a bit of a coward, because he's well-trained, that's right, well-trained, he does not bite wires at all. He bit some when he was very, very young, and he got the old hiss, and then ever since that, he's not taking his teeth to wires at all. But as far as like pulling things down, he also is not a cat who really bats at things other than food. He will try to bring food close to himself if it gets underneath the refrigerator or a cabinet next to where he eats. What an industrious young man he is. But hopefully it's the case we have no streaming room disasters. If we do, we can make a YouTube video out of it and go absolutely viral. Because if there are two things that people like on the internet, number one, cats. Number two, cats getting into all kinds of trickery and trouble. And so we'll go viral to the front page of Reddit all at once as my streaming career burns down because I've surely ruined the computer. Anyway, so happy about that. Hope that continues over the coming days and weeks. And before too long, pictures of Fritz in the cat bed. Good. Okay, story number one of the day, a story of confusion. A story of confusion that I want to know, would you have also been confused? Or am I a big old dum-dum? Because Nam's belief is that I am a big old dum-dum. Nam's belief, this should not have happened even a little bit. So once a week, no, that's not true. Every other week or every third week, I get a sports massage because my right shoulder has some persistent pain it's had for, I don't know, a decade or so. And it turns out that a certain kind of massage this guy gives, it helps a lot and makes it not be sore for at least a week or so. It's always a nice time right afterwards. I feel looser, but the particular kind of massage he gives for it is this really deep digging massage where he starts by using his fingers and thumbs gently along my shoulder blade and then begins digging in with his thumbs and his full fingers and then his forearm blade. And by the end of this thing, he is taking his knee, first elbow, and then his knee, and putting literally all of his weight, as well as pulling to give more weight, into my shoulder blade. So this happens every week. It's really, really useful, but gosh, it hurts. And I do wonder if I had a stronger masseuse, if I had a person who was heavier still, would they also go full weight? Because the guy who does this is, by comparison to me, relatively small, but it does still hurt a tremendous amount. Anyway, it's part of getting in as deep as he possibly can. And I don't know why this particular area is the one that caused problems, but he identified it very, very early. And like I said, it has helped every single time. He starts by having me in this position, like standard, and then gradually has me like open up my scapula bit by bit. And then he has me go on my side in ways to open it even more, and goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And it is, like I said, a bit of a hellacious but positive experience, I suppose. So yesterday, he wanted to get even deeper than ever before. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was a continuation of, I wouldn't normally do this, but you are a big guy, you could take it. He's always convinced that because of my physical size, I can take any amount of abuse. This is partially because where the Japanese people there will very regularly go, oof, I don't make any noise. I don't know if this is a cultural thing, if it's some kind of masculinity thing, or what exactly, but no matter how much it hurts, I just express it internally. To myself, I say, golly gosh, that's unpleasant, but I can make it through. And so I think he believes he's actually not causing any pain. But yesterday, he had me on this side. He had me on my side where my body was against the bed here, or against the bed here. So free arm, sort of constricted arm. He said, free arm along your side. No problems at all. Can do that, understood. And after doing various work here, he said, he was standing behind me and said, bring your other arm toward me. Right? And I said, okie dokie, we can do this. And so I went like this. And he said, no. Onto your back, hand onto your back. I said, okay, sounds good. He said, no. Rotate arm. And so I took it like this, and I went like this, and I went back here again. And he said, to the side. So rotate to the side. And I said, okay, arm, rotate forward like this. He's like, no. And then he came around and showed me. And so what he wanted was for me to take this arm, rotate it, and put it behind my back, right? Over here is what he wanted. And so this morning, I had Noms get onto the couch and talk her through all of that. And when I said, would you put your arm towards me? The exact thing the man said, she immediately took her arm and went like this. So she believes I'm an idiot. What took me 5 steps and then also a demonstration, she got on clue number 1. And so I wonder, do you think you would have gotten on number 1? Where he says, bring your hand towards me. Like, oh, okay. So he asked me, how would I have expressed that in English? How would I have said what he wanted, from this position? And I said, I would have said, put your left arm behind you. Like, I think had he said, put your left arm behind you, I wouldn't have gone this way, but instead immediately this way. And he appreciated that. He appreciated that I gave him at least my sense of what exactly I would have wanted. But yeah, it was definitely awkward. And one thing is, like, evaluated abstractly, not inside of the situation, it's very easy to say, oh, this is what exactly he wants. I think in the moment, the first time he said, no, not that, I immediately began to panic, right? This moment of, uh-oh, communication difficulty. I do not have the Japanese words necessary here. Like, though I can name parts of the body increasingly, the idea of like rotation, and so I couldn't help him by going Japanese on that one. Putting your arm back this way is the only thing that makes sense. I don't know. He's the professional. When he says, like, put your body in this weird position, I say, okie dokie, boss, please don't break me, right? So, I don't know. I do want to say that Noms either had beginner's luck or indeed is a genius. Jim, I like that. Parade rest makes sense. Because I know you go from like attention to parade rest. We know these things for our marching band days, but I don't think that phrase would be helpful for everyone. But I think behind your back is a real. Anyway, it's a nice time. It's a nice time. He is the one masseur there that has any English at all, and so he's always trying to learn more and more. And we've had some like really great conversations about, how do you say this or that, or how would you express what I want? Because he has like a good base of explanation, but kind of weird things he's a little bit off on, and that's fine. Conclusion, I need to improve my Japanese. I swear I'm working on it. For the past 2 weeks, I have worked fairly hard on my Japanese every single day. Every single day. I've also gone to the gym 3 times a week so far. Today's a gym day. We'll see how it goes. But yes, Resorty has turned into a responsible adult for some reason in the past week or so, trying to improve things, not just playing trading card game every single day, every single moment. I think it might be that I now see the profound difficulty of meeting my goals in the card game. Because I've spent a fair amount of time like upgrading my shop, and what I really need now is to find the rarest of the rare cards. And to do this, I've been opening hundreds and hundreds of packs with getting absolutely nothing out of them. Genuinely nothing. When I say nothing, I mean no new cards. We're to the point now where it feels like I'm hunting a Black Lotus or something. And I recognize that to get to my goal of catching them all, it's going to be, 10s or 20s or even more hours of getting absolutely nothing. And so I've tried amusing myself by watching a YouTube gaming video while opening them, but it's kind of just gotten lame. Hello Trexie, good seeing you. Do I mind saying how old I am? I do not mind by any means. That said, 2 questions. 1, why do you want to know? And 2, how old do you think I am? Always happy to play that game in the same way people will say, hey, what are you a professor of? And I will always say, well, you guess first and I'll tell you the truth. And that's probably true about basically anything. I don't mind, answering chat curiosities. I don't mind having a experience of what exactly is going on here. People are guessing. I want to know Trexie's guess in particular, and that'll come in. Many of you already know the answer. Many of you are aware of my passing birthdays over and over. 42, the answer of life and everything. I love it. I love you all having your appropriate nerd references ready. Always good. It's one of those numbers. You put it in the channel and people immediately know. I'm at least 13 because I'm on Twitch. It's true. To be on Twitch, you have to agree that you're at least 13 years old. I believe with parental permission, something like that. You know because you forgot, and sympathize because you're 47. You think I'm 36-ish. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you swung low. I'm 41 years old. I turned 41 back in August, and yeah, it's a life. It's a life. It's a life. I thought it was because I thought you were wondering because I said I finally been getting responsible in the past 2 or 3 weeks, and you were saying to yourself, all right, how many years did it take for this guy to get responsible? 41 indeed. That is the answer today. Deciding on a tie right now. Deciding on a tie. We're going yellow today. I don't know. I'm feeling a little yellowy right now. It's good. The game is trying to trick my brain into providing dopamine. Eka, I know it's true. I've mentioned before that my playing the trading card game really is like gambling, right? I know people buy loot boxes. I know that people, will go to the casino and have the experience of, if I just keep doing this thing, I'll eventually get the big win. And I recognize that the card game is giving me the chance that if I open this pack, I'll get the big thing. The 2 things that make me feel okay about that, number 1 is that it doesn't cost any money, right? Every time I click, it just costs the most valuable thing I have, my time. We won't go down that path today. That's the path to existential crisis. Number 2, even if I get the best possible thing, it's not going to allow me to pay my rent, right? It's not going to be I need to get this or else I can't, send the kids to college, wherever it is. So it is a bit of fun, but yeah, it absolutely is a similar mechanic to any kind of gambling, and I really do. I really do want to catch them all. There's some games I want to 100% that I realize if I sat down and gave them the time, I could definitely 100% them, right? CK3 or whatever. But I suspect that it's possible I guess I don't know in the card game. Is it truly random? Are there, preferential odds that happen as you play more? Do they eventually force in a new card as a kind of loser's luck? Because of course it's the case that if you go to the casino and play a very, very long time, you will potentially never win the jackpot, right? That's how randomness works. And so if it's purely random, like really odds in the game, it's possible that I'll play it for the rest of my life and never 100% it. And maybe that's okay. But I think at some point I'm willing to say, that's enough, thank you. So previously I was saying I was playing about half an hour a day. Now I'm down to about 5 minutes per day, just before stream, when the little stream thing is running down, when the timer is going. I'll occasionally say hello to people in chat while standing here and opening 5 minutes of cards. Before too long, I'll be down to only 1 cigarette a day. Insert other addiction metaphors here, but it's been a good time anyway. I don't know why we're talking about this. I don't know why we're talking about this. Time for a delightful little photo, or hello Fritz, hello Streamlabs pop-up, what's going on here? I restarted OBS, and so now everything is strange. Do you see yourself? Do you see those tips and subscriptions? I thank you for all of them. Very, very strange, this computer. Alright, I'm going to capture this window instead. Where's the window? Where's the window? One moment. Okay. I was very worried for a moment that I'd close the window of literally all of the, it's not showing up. Hey, there it is. Of literally all the tabs forever. We can't have that at all. Okay, so, unfortunately to show you this bit of delight for today, we have to go over to our friend the X. It may be on Blue Sky also, but I couldn't easily find it. So, you may have seen this, you may have not. A post that says, just a reminder, His Most Holy Catholic Majesty, King Philippe VI, has the strongest legal claim to be Roman Emperor. But then, Edward Habsburg, the current leader of the family Habsburg, replies, well... And so this is apparently from 2023, but it just resurfaced. And so if you want to, you can, in fact, go on the X and follow Edward Habsburg himself, which is just crazy. I recognize, like, this is one of those LOL on the internet celebrities or people too, but I didn't realize the family Habsburg was still around and engaging in the world of politics. So he is currently the ambassador of Hungary to the Holy See and the Sovereign Order of Malta. And I've been told that if you push this little button right here, and send him a DM, if it's sincerely sent, he will occasionally reply. I thought that many, like celebs turned off their DM thing. It's just crazy. So there he is. Does he have the chin still? I don't know what's gone here, but yeah, the family Habsburg does still exist out there. And we should find a way to raise an army to return him to the Holy Roman Empire. We just need to march down, all of us together, to Italy and swear the family Habsburg as the rightful rule of the place. Now, I don't know nearly enough about the actual claims involved in the HRE, the end of the HRE in general. I'm sure I learned in some European history class years and years ago. But I do wonder, to what degree is it correctly said that the King of Spain has, I think it's King of Spain, the King of Spain has a right to the HRE in a way that Habsburgs do not. Who knows? All fun, all interesting. The Holy Roman Empire no longer exists. All right, look here, you. What I mean is, who has the claim to the HRE de jure. I do not mean de facto. What I am claiming is that we should bring the world of law and the world of literal politics into one. If we march forth with the claim de jure, we can then insist that the HRE should reform itself by law. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, delightful fun, delightful fun. Nothing more to say on that one other than ha ha hee hee. Is X suing Twitch? I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I tend not to follow that kind of thing. Hopefully they don't shut down the site. If they do, as always, we'll reconstitute ourselves at www.mixer.com/resorty. Oh, that one is offline now. All right, we're gonna reconstitute ourselves at www. What are some other recently fallen streaming websites? I know there are many, but yes. Most likely, if Twitch suddenly falls, we'll migrate to YouTube. We're not going near Kick with a 10-foot pole, unless they fully spin off from the gambling site, which will probably never happen. Try Facebook Gaming. Yeah, there's Facebook Gaming, there's TikTok, such and so, etc. And, I don't know. I don't know. The problem with Facebook is that, people have to use their real names in order to engage in chat and so on. And though I know that some of you are totally cool with that, I expect a large portion of the Twitch community in general would prefer not to have to be real name active. Because can you imagine Alan Smith, attorney at law, is in chat like spamming emotes and saying like $5 for you to eat a potato raw? I think it would really change the vibe around here. Maybe not our channel, but I think YouTube is where we'd go for sure. Time to buy Resorty.dev. We own Resorty.com. And when I say we do, I mean PepperMG does, and he delightfully pays for it, I think. As of right now, it's a direct redirect over to twitch.tv/Resorty. There may be secret codes hidden behind. Maybe when you go to Resorty.com, you find yourself have a keylogger. I don't know how these things work, but we trust Pepper, and so he gets to hold on to the domain name for now. All right, good. Friends, we did something last night we've been talking about doing for a very long time, and so I want to share some photos with that. Hey, Fear Bunny. How's it going, Fear Buddy? 48 months, that's, I think that's a number of years. I believe 48 divided by 12 into 4, math. I hope you enjoy your 48 months, 4 years hanging out. Thank you so much for your kindness. And being cool all the way through, that's for sure. Will I have to reveal my real name also want to stream on Facebook? I don't know. I believe it's possible to have, like, business accounts on Facebook. I think it's possible to have some kind of like Resorty Inc. website that people can engage with. But I believe on the chatting side, you have to use the personal names, something like that. That said, I'm increasingly not all that concerned about my real name. The reason why is previously I lived in fairly small towns. Now I live in Tokyo. So even if you know who I am, as many of you already do, you're not coming to my house, right? You're not coming to my house easily, and I feel okay about that. But, we at least pretend you don't know my name. Resorty all the way, that's fine, thank you. All right, time for pictures. We mentioned this a week or so back, but we've been thinking about going to this place over and over and over again for literally months, probably a year and a half or so, and I'm wondering, did I download the pictures? One moment, please. Did I not download them? Wait. For now, here's a picture of sunset over the river of Tokyo, over on the west-hand side. Did you not get downloaded? Hello? All right, so it's a zip file now. That is good. Okay, Windows Explorer thing. All kinds of of troubles today for sure. There is the download thing. We extract you. Every time I think of extracting a file, I think of extracting teeth, a la what they do at the dentist. All right, we got it now. So this is a place. This is a place. One second. One second. Oh, it's not going to show up. Our friend Gary says, I could do a search for colleges in Tokyo, check out their philosophy departments, try to narrow you down. Okay. Okay. This is the part where I believe other streamers would ban you. I've compiled a list of everything I know about you. Here is the way to use my superior sleuthing. Look, it's true. It's true. Over the course of a stream, it is the case that streamers reveal bits and pieces of themselves that can often be overlaid in order to figure out who on earth the streamer is. So years and years ago, I told two stories. Story number one is the story of how I got my username. My username is a joke based on a philosopher named Richard Rorty. That is thing number one. I then mentioned weeks later, maybe even months later, that, hey friends, I just published a book. I don't want to talk about what the book's about, but I got a book out there. It's not a big deal. You shouldn't buy it. It's purely an academic book. And one of our people, beloved Pepper, put these two together and dug through all recent releases in the field that my username comes from and said, got him. Now, I know that other people have done similar things. We have some journalists in the community who just want to know, and it's fine. It's not a big deal. But yes, letting the streamer know that it's possible to figure out who they are just doesn't feel great, because while I believe that Gary has like my best interest at heart, knows full well that they'll never harm me, putting it in chat gives someone else the idea of, oh, I should go find this man. Please don't show up my work. Please don't show up my home. I just want to be the man on the TV. Thank you very, very much. Man on TV is fine. Oh, sorry for being a little ranty about this one, but it's one of the very, very few topics that feels not super great on stream. Like, resort to you look ridiculous, I don't like. But it is less of an issue than I am going to find you. Do you want to talk about my new knife collection? It works pretty good on streamer meat, this kind of thing. I have mentioned before that years and years ago I had an actual factual Twitch stalker who sent me actual factual emails about how we belonged together, and I was resisting the feelings of affection for him, and we needed to move in, etc. And then he set up a honey trap thing, website that captured my IP, and this led to some real problems, including where he sent me an email about the shooting of John Lennon by good old What's His Bucket, and that felt really bad. So when this happens, it's not happening here. I'm kind of playing a joke now. It's fine. When this kind of thing happens, I immediately say, I need to stop sharing things about myself. I need to be, hello friends, welcome to stream today. We are now going to play video games. We speak of nothing but video games. So these things happen. It's fine. It's no big deal. Just please, please, love all that's good and holy, do not tell people how to figure out exactly who I am. Feels bad, man. All right, let's go back to this story. Folks, there's a place we've been talking about going to for years now, absolute years now. It's called Seven. It has existed since 1963. I love that. I love it when restaurants or stores or whatever have been around since longer than I've been around. Now, 63 is not especially old in the history of Japan, but it is from a period when Japan was growing more and more and becoming more and more westernized. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of seeing exactly what things were like before I was here. And so apparently this place serves the exact same menu they have had since 1963. And also the style inside is the exact same thing it's been since 1963. And I am absolutely all about it. I'm absolutely also all about the way in which with this picture up, you can still see my absolute mess of cables and my dusty and dirty PC box there that does not have its walls on it because I can't make the door fit with the unseated cooler inside of it. This is my life. Anyway, we want to go there for a long time. It's a Showa-era cafe. It's a kind of place that was increasingly popular in the post-war years as Japan began taking on more and more American culture, including American styles and American food culture too. And so, let's go to the inside now. Apparently it's like a special name. I've forgotten the special name for what kind of place this is, but it's meant to distinguish it from a cafe. Because a cafe at that point in history was called a cafe or whatever, and that was primarily for drinking alcohol, where this place is more for like family meals. Americanization. Kat, if you're not familiar, there was a little interesting moment, a little moment of friends having a bad time during the 1940s. Don't worry, they got over it. And the way they got over it is Japan invited America over for a sleepover. And trying to be good hosts, the Japanese tried very hard to understand the needs and desires of their sleepover party mates and began to serve them the food that they liked instead of the food that the Japanese liked. Anyway, here's what it looks like inside. It is absolutely delightful. It is really, really old school, and as I said, they've had this exact same decor since the 1960s. And apparently the flooring part, the blue flooring there, is because during the winter they have really bad insulation on both the roof and the floor. And so they put out these kind of heating mats of some sort, kind of heating mat that keeps the heat in more. And as you see on the floor there are various heaters. It gets pretty cold inside. So this is nice enough. It isn't terribly unusual. Though as you see in the middle top there are hanging down plants that are fully dried out. I don't know why they're there. And I tried to ask the wait staff about why they were there, and she said she just didn't know. It's just the way it is. So not quite sure on that one. Beyond that though, I should say, in that photo, I'm in the way, I think. Yes. I'd like to develop or show to you the true star of this photo. It is Noms' hand. we asked Noms to lean back to get a good photo for you all, and I didn't realize her hand was there until I uploaded the photos. Good old Noms' hand for scale. Peanuts, good eye, Jim, good eye. So Charles Schultz's Peanuts are so unbelievably popular here that a lot of stores will include references to the Peanuts cartoon in their own advertising. I don't know how copyright works here. I don't know how trademarks work here, but one will see so many other unlicensed usages of these different properties in local menus especially. This is not part of a chain, it's just one place. I can't imagine the Schultz family suing over it, but who knows. I've taken more photos of that kind of thing. There's such a fascination here with Peanuts, with the Little Prince, with, what's it called? There's some children's story about a little bunny rabbit. It's not the one who goes into the farmer's garden. It's not Peter Rabbit. It's another rabbit story. And Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland, also a huge deal. Is it because it's a simple set of characters? I have no idea why Peanuts got big here. Absolutely no idea. We could Google it, but I have no story other than it might be due to the American influence, but I'm not sure. Velveteen Rabbit, no, it's not that one. I appreciate the good thought that it is a story for children. A very sweet story for children. Moms will know next time she's here. Alright, so I now want to show you a picture that explains something very, very, very important about this place. It's something I've mentioned in passing before, but I haven't had too many moments that show it particularly well. Friends, I assert to you that I have legs. So you will notice something interesting about the situation there. Noms, of course, to the left side of the photo. Sitting up, I cannot put my legs underneath the table. This is not in any measure awkwardly or falsely ordered. The entire meal, I had to lean forward across my legs to get to the food because it's rude to pick up your plate. Noms has no problem at all sliding on in there. This is what I mean when I say this place is not made for people of my size rather. It sure was something. The other possibility, of course, was to lean my legs forward entirely, like I was resting at the end of the day, but I decided against that. So this might be why I have such affection for giants in CK3, because at least here I feel like a giant, absolutely. So there you go. Also, if you don't know it, that item, the white item at the very top of the photo there, it's called the shibori. It's a wet towel given to you before the meal, so you can rinse your hands before you do any eating. So you don't have to go to a bathroom to wash your hands. They give it to you right there in front of you. My favorite part, of course, is the shibori are cool in the summer and warm in the winter. It's a really pleasant part of Japanese culture. Now, some places have just little, paper ones inside of plastic bags, kind of like the fast food places. This is kind of a mid-tier restaurant. They give you the larger plastic bag with a cloth, washcloth, I guess, that they collect afterwards and have cleaned. At the higher end places, though, a person will come out at the beginning of the meal with an urn of some sort and a tongs. Is it a tongs? I guess it's a tongs. And they will take the tongs and pick out from a very small bath of water your given shibori. And you take it, and they wait for you, and when you're done, they'll use the tongs to take it back. I love it. I absolutely love it. It is the cool season here now. It's currently raining, I believe, very icy and unfun. So that was a nice warm little towel. Now, one thing that has been changing in Japan over the past I don't know how long is people, that is say non-native Japanese people, using the shibori to wash their faces. While it feels really good, especially on a cold day, or a hot day rather, to wash your hands and then wash your face, this is apparently very, very, very rude. So I've never done so, even though, gosh, I want to so badly sometimes. I do wonder if this will change more and more as younger Japanese people are modified to even more westernized. As of right now, though, I've only seen non-obviously Japanese people doing just this. All right, photo there. As usual, here comes the food. Every time I take photos of what we eat when we're out, I remember that channel viewer Eka said, "Why does all the food there look so unhealthy?" And I swear, it's only when we go out to eat. We go out to eat maybe once a week or so. I swear I eat things regularly that are much healthier. So here is our meal for the evening. I'll describe it in detail in just a moment. Do I ever use I'm a big American guy as a way to sneak through social norms? The thing about Japan is nobody ever says anything unless you're really screwing things up in a way that damages other people's satisfaction in the world. So it's entirely possible I'm consistently making major errors of judgment and protocol and so on, and I I just don't know, because no one will chide me, no one will stop me. The general Japanese rule is that the person who is made uncomfortable attempts to modify themselves to meet the situation, especially for the foreigner. So I try very, very hard to follow through on what I know are social norms. There are some involving like your body being used with other people, like how far into people you push, where your hands go while you're pushed against people in the trains, the degree to which you use your the front of your body or the back of your body with people. Because of my size, I just can't do it effectively. I'm not able to pull myself in the way you're supposed to on the train, for example. So that's how it goes. But no, I never ever say like, look at me, I'm a big dum-dum. I try very hard to do things right. That's how it goes. My wife can tell me the social norms when she's with me. Blackpoint, the problem is she's an American also. Even though she looks super, super Japanese, she left Japan when she was 2 years old and returned only when she was 40 or 41. So she knows the social norms for like being around the house with her parents, but other than that, she knows nothing. And so we're bumbling through and figuring out together, unfortunately. So there you go. Right above you, you see Nam's meal, a little salad there. Her main dish is what's called dry curry rice. I've never seen this before, but apparently it is a thing, not just here, but in other places too. It's some rice that is fried with a whole bunch of curry powder. And that's kind of the story of that. That's kind of the story of that for sure. IPMP asks, mind asking how tall I am? You're 6'7", want to go to Japan, but worried if you'll enjoy it. Friend, it's a cool place, but it is not made for you. So I'm 6'1", 6'1 and a half, and I already have some troubles. At 6'7", in traditional buildings, if you go touring, you will absolutely have to stoop in a big way to get through every single door. Now, there are some places that are more foreigner-friendly, especially restaurants, and the way they become foreigner-friendly is by having high tables with large stools. But any place that has a standard table, you will not easily fit underneath it. It's a constant fight. If you go to the theater here, the theater chairs are made for people of Japanese height. And so your legs will push up against the chair in front of you no matter what you do. And at the beginning of Japanese movies, they say things like, please be quiet, please do this and that, silence your phone. But they also say, do not bump the chair in front of you. And I say to myself, what? It is impossible to not do this. So Japan's really cool, a good place to tour some, especially in places that are more foreigner facing. So the areas I would suggest are either Osaka and Kyoto in the west, or more especially Hokkaido in the north. Hokkaido during the winter has a really big population of Australians who come, Australians who come every winter to ski. And so areas in Hokkaido are more ready for people of our sizes, though you still win on this one. It's a good time for sure. All right, so dry curry up there. I'd never had before. Nam's offered me a bit of the food and said, what do you think of it? And I said, well, it tastes kind of dry, because indeed it does. And I don't know if they fry it differently than usual. I don't know if they put in fewer things that wet it up, but it's curry, it's rice, that's the story. And then as usual, I got my omoraisu over there, my delicious rice with ketchup and egg on top. This one I didn't enjoy quite as much. It was less fuwa, less puffy, I guess, than I particularly enjoy it. I have no idea what makes omelets puffy, but whatever it is, I want more of it. But it was fine. And you do see on top of each of our dishes there, the cherry on top, so to speak, is a hot dog. It is not a fancy sausage. It is just a hot dog that has been chopped apart a little bit, so it doesn't explode, presumably. And definitely, I did not eat that. Definitely didn't eat it. Unfortunately, here in Japan, unless you're at very Westerner-facing places, you do not order modifications. Absolutely not. Not even a little bit. So though I'm not going to eat it, it is not just impolite, but impositional, I'm not sure, to say, no meat, please. So even in very simple cases, it's how it goes. How is the salad? It's a very, very basic salad. It's bits of tomato, bits of lettuce, bits of cucumber, and then a small dollop of potato salad on top. Am I a vegetarian? Absolutely. I've been a vegetarian since I was like 16 years old. Here in Japan, we get a fair amount of like fish sauce and meat sauce and things. We try to avoid it, but is what it is. That said, Noms is much looser on her vegetarianism than I am. She is always curious about new experiences, so she does get new things regularly, and so she gobbled down the hot dog, probably for reasons of social nicety, because it is considered rude to have none of some food. You can leave behind food if you're not hungry anymore, but if you don't have like some of everything they give you, that is considered kind of ingratitude. So there you go. That was yesterday with the old plates at a place that opened in 1963 and apparently is just as it was all the way through, which I found really, really cool. Am I playing Omelet Hot Dog Simulator 2024? If you make an omelet hot dog sim game, I will devote at least one full stream to it. With that still said, what does it say? I have never actually streamed one of those like short order cooking game, and I do wonder what it would be like to do so. So there's probably some short order cook game where you can make omelets. Maybe we should do it at some point for sure. I love that. Muslim colleague who did not eat pork unless tasty. Yeah, Noms is not a vegetarian for ethical reasons, and so she's a little bit loosey-goosey on it, in some measure because, well, long story there, but yeah, we do these things for different reasons, and that's just fine, I suppose. Do I know that on this date that Apollo 12 landed, making Pete Conrad and Alan Bean the third and fourth humans on the moon? I did not know that. I thank you for telling me, and yeah, what a fun time. What a fun time to learn that. Friends, we only have 18 minutes until I'm supposed to be done with the intro. We have not played a single little game so far. We've not done the word of the day. Man, we're behind schedule. In large portion, because the first probably 15 minutes of stream was me panicking over audio issues. So let's go ahead and do a couple little games. Let's do the word of the day, and then we'll see what goes on past that. Good day, Drek. Good day, all of you. If I've not greeted you, I apologize. What is today's word of the day? Frozen Tomato says, this is for the cat. Thanks for the resub, I appreciate it. Because of that, I'll show you the cat for a moment longer. We do buy Fritz treats, and so I'll take the $2.50 from that generous subscription and take it straight to the cat food store and buy Fritz some cat food, because the kind of treats we're using to tempt him to spend more time in the stream room are nearly out. We have enough for 2 more days, and then we gotta buy more. So today, any and all tips, I'm not saying this, today any and all tips are going directly to Fritz's Tum Tum. All right, word of the day is moot. Moot. Not Entmoot, just moot, unfortunately. What it means? Let's ask first, anyone learning this word for the first time? Y in chat if you know or don't know the word moot. An N in chat if you know the word moot, whichever way. Time to push for partner plus for Fritz. Yeah, I've now that I'm thinking about incentives for the upcoming charity stream, I've been thinking also, should I save some of these for an eventual subathon for Fritz. We'll see how it goes. Maybe. All right, we got some yeses, we got some nos. A new word for some of us. Here we go. Moot typically describes something that's no longer important or worth discussing. It can also describe something that's argued about but not possible for people to prove. Here's an example. I think they were wrong, but the point is moot. Their decision has been made and it can't be changed now. So, I've decided we're going to play Rimworld, argue all you want against it, but the argument is moot. Perhaps they should have foreseen the effects of the change, but that point is moot. So once again, I dislike these example sentences because they use the exact same construction. That point is moot in both cases, which I then imagine that a person learning this word would assume that this is the only way to use it, right? So this is, I think, the third time this week, or it's the second time this week, that this, what I think is an error, has been made. Anyway, moot in context. Before the game, there were a few nerves to be sure. People worried what a second straight loss would mean about the team having to return to Dallas, deflated and without momentum. Those concerns turned out to be moot, with a largely stress-free second half as the Celtics' lead ballooned to more than 20 points. In the third quarter, the team never looked back. Danny McDonald, the Boston Globe of 2024. Yeah, so in this case we can see concerns can be moot also when their expectations are shown to be false. There you go. All right, excited about learning where this word comes from, because what I want to know especially is, does it relate to the earlier mentioned Tolkien-esque Entmoot? And I have a vague sense that the word moot has something to do with meetings, and I'm not sure how exactly that works. Also, some of you might know that in high schools often, maybe colleges, they'll have something called moot court. It's a kind of debate society that pretends to be like a judiciary, though it's arguing things that aren't actually being considered. Here we go. Did you know? To describe an argument as moot is to say there's no point in discussing it further. In other words, a moot argument is one that has no practical or useful significance and is fit only for theoretical consideration, as in a classroom. It's no surprise then the roots of moot are entwined with academia. The adjective moot followed a few centuries behind the noun moot, which comes from mot, an Old English word meaning assembly. Possibly moot? I don't know how to read these things. Originally, moot referred to an Anglo-Saxon deliberative assembly that met primarily for the administration of justice. By the 16th century, functioning judicial moots had diminished, the only remnant being moot courts, academic mock courts in which law students could try hypothetical cases for practice. The earliest use of moot as an adjective was a synonym of debatable, but because the cases students tried in moot courts had no bearing on the real world, the word gained an additional sense, especially used in North America, of, quote, deprived of practical significance, end quote. All right, so initially, moot meant open for debate. It now means in some measure irrelevant to debate, or not worth debating. Fascinating movement. Also, we do see here Old English assembly. Certainly Tolkien was working from Old English, and with that in mind, surely the idea of entmoots also has to do with moots of this sort. Fascinating. I do wonder, are there any times in ordinary contemporary English that we use the word moot as assembly? I can only think of usages when it comes to meaning of irrelevance, but worth thinking about. I'll keep my ears open for it from now on. All right, what term involving an animal's name refers to a mock court in which the principles of law and justice are disregarded? What's that name? It's a kangaroo court. And I have absolutely no idea why it's called that. Genuinely no idea. I can make up joking etymologies or joking origin for the idiom. Let's find out together. Various theories abound, so nobody knows why it's called a kangaroo court. Rapid and unpredictable, it jumps from place to place, has to do with jumping, mining claims. So all we know is it first used in 53 of 1800 in a book about Texas. Who knows? Who knows? There you go, team. I always enjoy when there's a bit of language that is used somewhat regularly, but does not get any clear understanding of how it got here. Once upon a time, someone made a reference and We're all still using it today. That's delightful. Kangaroo Court. I think the earliest version of Kangaroo Court I saw or learned about was in one of the early Star Trek Next Generation shows. I believe that Q holds a trial of Captain Picard on behalf of all humanity, and he might describe it as being a kangaroo court, or it might be the case that one of my parents maybe said it was kangaroo court. Oh, it's in the very first episode. Is it really? It's called The Crimes of Humanity. Jork and I appreciate that. Very helpful. Our first episode. Isn't first episode like Encounter at Farpoint? Hey, it is. Very good. Very good. I don't remember those two stories overlapping. Because isn't Encounter at Farpoint like some like weird creature that's never been engaged before? When I thought of Encounter at Farpoint, that's what I thought of in total. Where, cool to know it's both the same thing. I'm glad that I said it was an early episode, because I had a real fear that maybe it was a late season one and I'd forgotten. Anyway, words are known. Kangaroo Court moot. We'll do more word of the day tomorrow. Now I'd like to do 2 or 3 quick little games. We'll then have an ad break, and then we'll play Rimworld then. I'm looking forward to Rimworld. Gonna be good. First, though, we want to begin with the line game. The graph game. My favorite of the new games. So, this one begins in January of 2009, goes all the way forward to January 1 of 2019. The line gradually goes up, with some downs, every opposite year or so, maybe. 8,000 of this in 2009, 12,000, so a growth, but a huge growth in 2019, over a decade or so. So what is it? Number 1, quarterly revenue of pet grooming services in the US in millions of dollars. Quarterly revenue from the sale of luxury handbags in France, millions of dollars. Quarterly revenue from wedding planning services in the UK, millions of pounds. Quarterly revenue for child daycare establishments in the US in millions USD, or the quarterly revenue of ski resorts in Switzerland in millions of CHS. Does Switzerland use francs? That might be right. Anyway, I have genuinely no idea. None of the data sets pop out as being absolutely obvious here. You're willing to guess as always. I will now attempt to talk my way through them. I know it's the case that there are more and more pet grooming services than ever before. So the jump from 8,000 to 12,000 million? 12,000 million. 12,000 million. Is that $1.2 billion? Quarterly revenue. So pet grooming services make $1.2 billion per quarter. 12 billions, even more. I tend not to look at chat during this part, but I can't do math, as you all know. So 12 billion per quarter. Gonna say no on that one. Luxury handbags. We've talked about this before, but there have been many YouTubers especially who do the work of seeing what goes into luxury handbags, cutting them apart and seeing all of the actual materials and how much labor and all the rest. And I think the most striking one recently was one of the French brands, I forgot which one now, sold some handbag for, I believe, thousands of dollars that had roughly $56 worth of material and labor in it. Can you imagine? And my students buy these things. I have students who come from rich Chinese families, and they show up in my classes, covered. Very upsetting. Anyway, revenue from wedding planning services. So with this, I don't fully understand the dips. These are intra-year dips. Are these winter? I assume that pet grooming would be stable all the way through. People tend not to get married as much in the winter. Likewise, Are handbags given as Christmas gifts? Childcare would be consistent. Ski resorts also have the winter problem. So the question then is, actually no, the Alps are always snowy, aren't they? I think the Alps might always be snowy. So I think it's only 1/4 down and then back up. I'm gonna say wedding planning services. You fool! Wedding planning service in the UK generate consistent quarterly revenues of 500 to 800 million. Well, I think I had a good idea. All right, the problem. Do we go with Christmas next? Or do you go with maybe the Swiss winter? Imagine that maybe in 1/4, so is this reported July 1st? So the winter's lowest, actually. Rough. I have no idea anymore. Or go in luxury handbags. Merry Christmas, you fool! Quarterly revenue from luxury handbag sales has been non-seasonal and going up and up and up. All right, gotta be the ski resorts. You fool! Is it that the looking after the children is not done in summer because they are going on vacation? Oh no! Oh no! Because summer vacation. But it's not ordinary school. It's not ordinary school. It's instead daycare. Parents still have to work during the summer, right? I don't know. I'm the worst is absolutely true. Seasonal fluctuations align with school schedules with dips during summer months when families rely less on daycare services due to vacations or summer programs. All right. So I thought it was the case this was reported July 1st, meaning the spring would be high still. But no, it is what happened in that section. All right, what's wrong with Switzerland? It's highly seasonal. All right, fine. Good to good. As I mentioned before, here in Japan, it's roughly free to have childcare throughout the school year. And the summer also, if you make under a certain amount of money. It's one of the best things about Japan for me. It's been part of the attempt to get people to have more children here because they can not worry about childcare expenses or having to quit jobs after a while. There you go. Mistakes made. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a better job. Probably not. Yeah, it makes sense in hindsight. I absolutely agree. These always make sense in hindsight after I've had to yell "you fool" at myself 2 or 3 times. I see many of you got the guesses right. Well done, folks. Very proud of you. Let's go ahead and guess a country of the world. Then we'll play Redactyl together. And when that's done, we'll play the Rimworld. There is one ad break coming in a little bit. If it's the case that you yourself have to watch the ads, I apologize. Only 3 minutes though, and then 57 minutes of gameplay. You didn't make sense of the wedding planning. So Thorn, the wedding planning is seasonal, but it's not as much money as described. So it made sense on the x-axis, but not on the y-axis, unfortunately. How it goes. Yesterday we accomplished something we'll never ever accomplish before. We never will accomplish again, rather. Namely, I guessed one country and it was right immediately. Never again. Anyway, here we go. Where do we start? Say we're starting Uruguay. All right. The closest border is 11,000 kilometers away. So we know that around the world is 40,000 kilometers. We know the opposite of the globe is 20. So it's either in this area, or in this area, or halfway around in this area. We're going Iceland. It's gonna be wrong. We're going Iceland. It's warmer. That's funny. Iceland is warmer. We love it. Friends, the ad break is coming in 1 minute. Don't you worry. We'll still be here. Thank you for watching advertisements for, I don't know, beer and this video game you should play and probably this movie you should watch. By suffering through that, you get back to the good content here on Twitch. So Iceland's nearest border is 5,000 kilometers away. So within a quarter of the globe now. So it could be down this way. It could be this way, or it could be this way. Because so far away and nearer, I don't know how long this is. I don't know how long this is. So it's probably Europe, but I want to play a game. Let's say, oh, Canada. Wrong direction. Not by a lot, though. So it was how much is it? It's 4,000 from Iceland. It's 5 or 6 from there. So we're going Europe, unfortunately. Going Europe usually. I just need 3 points to triangulate. When you say you just need, you probably mean that you just need. This guy has no idea how to triangulate with 3 points. I don't know. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. It's right here. I can get a ruler out, I suppose. Someone fetch me my ruler. This is the one that's covered with pictures of Roman emperors. The ruler. What's the exact distance from Canada? Unfortunately, I don't know. Do I? No, I don't know. I can either sort by distance or sort by guess, and it only shows the closest border right now. So that's how it goes. All right. You all do your math. I'm sure you can try. Yeah, it's actually right. I can triangulate using the tools I learned in U-Boat. Also, one of the charity goals for next week is a U-Boat continuing playthrough. Also, I'm having so much fun putting together new incentives for charity, including one thing that's going to blow your minds. It's going to be amazing. I will continue to stumble in the direction of Europe. Let's say this is, I don't know, let's say Slovenia. Is that plausible? It's warmer still. 1,350 miles away. We are getting closer indeed. Now, the issue is west or east or south. I'll continue stumbling along. You know what? I'm feeling to talk about, what's it called? Democracy. We're going to Greece. Greece is 525 miles away. So half, I'm in miles. I had a very awkward moment of, is a mile, that is, say, an M, 1,000 of a kilometer. I got very confused. I apologize. I tried to force kilometers and miles as meters. No good. All right, so less than 1,000 kilometers now, but does not share a border. So what is this? What is this team? I thought that Greece and Turkey abutted. Oh, they could. Sorry. This does not show you, of course, this does not show you the relative border. It just shows you the distance and then announces it shares a border. We're fine. Okay, back to work. We're going Saudi Arabia. Warmer still, 15 kilometers to the nearest border. Not abutting. I believe that all of the countries here directly border. I believe that Egypt is farther than that. because I believe this area is contested and could possibly be Israeli land right now, after etc., etc. I'm going with the question, is it real? Israel. I spelled it wrong for jokes and don't understand. Hooray! 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 Team, we did it! That's good. So apparently 15 kilometers between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Is that right here? Is that the little cutie almost kissing? Fascinating. This is Egypt? Oh, is this the contested part? There's some contested part somewhere here. There's something going on with this part. I can't remember what it is. Friends, what's in between? What's in between right now? I'm sorry, I don't know the section. It's Jordan. All right, Jordan, Israel. Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel. Cool. The contestation was 50 years ago. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, team, it's time for us to play a game together. It is surely the greatest of all possible games. It's a game where you get to guess also, and I will not ignore you entirely. I now look through my tabs to find it. Where are you, Redactyl? Where are you? There you are, beautiful. All right, team. For the first time, we're on the wrong one. For the first time ever, I'm gonna put us into slow mode in chat because some people were spamming their way through Redactyl time and it made it unpleasant for others. I don't know how slow mode works. So, slow mode. You may guess once every 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Israel withdrew from Sinai in 82, except Taba, which is 89. Huh. Huh. That's a thing. Okay. I don't believe that subscribers are exempt from this. If they are, we'll change that. Friends, we're going to 30-second slow mode. We'll see how it goes. From this point forward, you can only type one message every 30 seconds, so make sure you make it a good one. Today, our title is just one word. So the opening is "and blank, blank, blank," or "blank, blank is an blank, blank." That blank, blank, the blank of a blank, 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 or blank. Surely you're ready there. All right. I will begin with the word philosophy, and then become a big old cheater who can do his word twice. Potato also. Absolute failure there. Friends, I am curious, would some subscriber try typing twice in 30 seconds? I bet you can't, but would you just mind trying to see? All right, number one is elements. 7 elements, well done. Mongolia, not today, my friend. Year is 2 seconds. Yeah, thank you for typing twice in 30 seconds. It's good. Thank you for typing twice. I despise you all so much. How about the word history? The word history, there's one of those, well done. It's the history of the thing. You see right there, of course. Beyond that, we have the word war, no wars. How about Europe? We have no Europes. How about island? Unfortunately, no man's an island, nor is there one in this puzzle. We have the word science, no science at all. The word world, there is one world. Subs on slow mode, thank you much indeed, I appreciate that. How about the word system? That's a good one. There are 13 systems as always. System may be the most popular word in the entire Wiktionary. We have the word once, there's 0 onces. We have the word H, that's not a word, there's one of them though. English, there's 0 of those. Twice, there are no twices. We then have Africa. There's 0 Africas. National, there's 0 nationals. Union, there are no unions. Author, I need to type things correctly this time. No authors. Ship, no ship. Country, that's not a word. Country, none of those. Time, 8 times. Mechanism, none of those. War, There are 0 wars, unfortunately. How about reaction? There's 0 reactions. Forest, we like forests. There are 3 forests. Isotope, none of those, unfortunately. Combine or combine, none of those, unfortunately. Science, I think we've done already. Indeed, we have. It, there are no its. State, there are 6 states, well done. Industry, we like industry. There's no industry today. Material, one of those. Sport, 0 of those. New, there are 4 news. Animal, there are 0 animals. Honor, we have no honor. Dog, none of those. United, none of those. Friends, we're striking out today in a big way. How about the word blank? There are no blanks, unfortunately. Language, no languages. Desert, no deserts. Color, no colors. Tree, no trees. How about the word capital with an O? None of those. How about the word travel? 2 travels. Waste, no waste. Old, 1 old. Chemical, none of those. China, 0 of those. Female, none of those. Physics, none of those. Award, none of those. Tested, 3 tested, well done. Wood, no wood. The is already in the puzzle, I believe. Let's make sure though, no thes, of course. Failure, none of those. Big, none of those. Custom, none of those. Black, 1 black, well done. We're building this thing together. How about hill? No hills. East, no east. Side, 3. We're still wandering on to find the topic. It's just not working terribly well. Mountain, we have 0 mountains. First, there's 13 firsts. Well done. So some firsts have been added up that wherever it is, up that way. Method, there's 5 methods. Clean, 0 cleans. Engineering, none of those. Complex or complex, none of those. Method, done earlier, unfortunately. Cannibal, we have no cannibals in this chat. Pollen, none of those, unfortunately. 5 twos, good job. Dark, none of those. Hopeless, it does feel hopeless. No hopeless. Disappointment, my father says to me every day, there are no disappointments here. Space, the final frontier, not 1. Tree, none. Top, none. Oak, none. Train, none. Boreal, none of those. Oh boy. Mine, none of those. Sequence, none of those. Novel, none of those. War, there were no wars earlier. Building, there are no buildings. Add, there are 6 adds. Well done. That's 2D add. Earth, one of those. Giants, none of those. Machine, none of those. We may go ahead and scroll through the ones we got. We have 86 guesses, of which 20 were correct. Dance, none of those. Sided, I can't see how many of those. Oh, side and sided are 1 word. The side was in earlier 4 sides. Mushrooms. There are no mushrooms. We also have the word saw. There are 5 saws. We'll see soon. I'm going to do 5 more and then we'll scroll and see how it goes. Part, 7 of those. Failure, already did that one earlier. Dairy, no dairies. Worst one ever for sure. Tropical, no tropicals. Bound, no bounds. Round, none of those. Every, 1 every. Last one for now. Teacher. Okay, chat, I'm pausing briefly. We've made 95 guesses. This is not going well for us. Our worst ever, whoops, wrong button. Our worst ever on this one is 79 guesses. On the other one was 140. So where do we see a lot of words? There's something here of the first, some blanks, which some blanks was the blank by blank in blank by blank blank forest. Okay, maybe. Was first tested on a blank between blank and blank. Something black. We are having some troubles, team. Seen at that blank as italics equals italics subscript italics? Possibly. And then a long line, or a long bullet list, we have absolutely nothing, unfortunately. All right, team, back to the top we go. I'm going to go ahead and start with ones that have been done recently. My apologies for those who had earlier words, but I want to now work what we have with the words recently revealed. So, prune. There are no prunes. We then have phase, 6 phases. The word season, 0 seasons. The word animal, that came earlier, I believe, 0 animals. The word molecule, none of those, unfortunately. How about disease? None of those. How about uranium? None of those. We read together, we got nothing. How about the word theory? We like theory. There are 2 theories here. How about the word age? There are no ages. How about mole? No mole today. Relationship. 1. Season. I think we did that a moment ago. Step. 2 steps. Formula. 0 of those. Once done earlier, 0 of those, unfortunately. How about or? None of those. Power. 71 powers. 71 powers. Friends, for the first time, we are actually on a path together. So many powers in the first paragraph. Ooh-wee. Power is good. How about the word project or project? None of those, unfortunately. How about the word vaccine? None of those. Rat? None of those. Prong? None of those. Atomic? None of those. Force? 1 of those. Event? 0 of those. Rain on your wedding day? None of those. How about diode? 7 diodes. Source? 22 sources. Engine, maybe. 0 engines. Wind. 2. Nuclear. 1. Tone. 2. Logic. 0. Thermal. 0. How about bikini? 0. No HLs for you. Circuit. 39 circuits. Well done, team. How about coal? 0 of those. Hydronic. 0 of those, unfortunately. How about storage? 0 and law. 3. Tool. That's not tool. Tool. 0. Machine. 0 did it earlier. Factory. 0 factories. Grater. 4 graters. Well done. Mathematic. 0 of those, unfortunately. Where was I? Function. 5 functions. Plants. 0. Geothermal. 0, unfortunately. Source. There are 22 sources. Did it earlier, I believe. Then device. 44 devices. First paragraph filling out. Well done, well done. Conductor. 0 conductors. Resistors. 4 of those. Electrical. 8 of those, well done. Electrical circuits makes good sense. Stage, we have 29 stages, well done indeed. So many messages. We then have resistance, we have 10 of those, well done. We then have accumulator, none of those. Fusion, none. Translator, none, unfortunately. Supply, 9. Way, 3, station 4, charges 0, short 2, solar 0, output 86, well done, stored 0, electron 2, generating 4, capacity 0, closed 2, parallel 0, phase already done, level 8, anode 2, switch 4, voltage 35 volts is well done. Dynamo 0. We're putting in anything involving energy today. Anything involving energy at all, we got a team, don't you worry. What else do? MOSFET, don't know what that is, but there are 4 MOSFETs, well done. Positive 4, water 0, loop 9, ground 0, open 2, battery 0, square 2, ohm 1, output done earlier with 80 some. Current 27, chip 2, transistor 41 transistors. It's coming together, team. How about transformer? They're robots in disguise. Run 1. Battery, I think I did a moment ago. Let's make sure on that one though. Battery is done. Integrated, 8 of those. Watt. There are 3 of those. How about gated? 5 of those. Alternator, there's 0 unfortunately. Electronic, I think we did. Let's make sure though. Electronic, 15 of those, well done. 0, there are 2 zeros, very strange. We then have ampere, I believe. Ampere, 0 of those. Oh boy, negative, 25 of those. Dependence, 8 of those. Breaker, you got 0 going here over. Polarity, 4 of those. I think we had closed earlier. We'll check though. Closed been done earlier. Faced, 0. Wave, 3. Transistor, in case it didn't do it. Transistor, that's misspelled. Transistor, done earlier, unfortunately. Negative, done earlier also. Cable, 4 cables. Amplifier, hooray! Hooray, Eka! Hooray, Eka! You did it! You did it, Eka! Whew! Whew! GG, well played, everyone. GG, well played. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is the longest it has ever taken. Where's slow mode? Right, slow mode is now off. Wow, wow, wow. Lead to forest, where forest came from. What a curve that was. Yeah, forest, like an early one we got, we're thinking, oh, it's about trees and such, but the man's name is Forest. Wow. It took us 196 guesses at 40%. It took us 14 minutes. So usually we are faster than other people because we don't scroll through. In this case, we were slower. Now, it amazes me, team. It absolutely amazes me that in slow mode, we actually did worse. Now, maybe it's a hard one. So question for you all. Do you like slow mode for this, or do you dislike slow mode? Because on my end, it actually felt like with slow mode, we were getting more guesses than usual. I had more trouble catching up than previously. Better? Giga Jorkin, were you here yesterday? I think you're a brand new follower. Of course it's better. Now that I'm here, it's better. We like slow mode. Don't box me in, man. I love it. You can actually read the entries. Yeah, it makes sense. You really love it this way? Slow mode better? Cool. Slow's better. It was tougher than average. I agree for sure. It's good, but you couldn't tell me I typed a word in wrong. I think I caught all of my mistyped, but it's good. No, Giga Jorkin, I'm just joking for sure. All right, time to read the paragraph. Just the first one. An amplifier, electronic amplifier, or informally amp. So honest to God, there was a moment that I considered typing in the word amp. I don't recall what it is or when it was, but I wonder if I had typed in amp, if we would have gotten it earlier. Because this time I didn't add my own ideas after the first two. Some people guessed transistor before you did. I typed in translator. I misread the L's and I probably. Anyway, back to it. It's an electronic device that can increase the magnitude of a signal, which is a time-varying voltage or current. It's a 2-port electronic circuit that uses electric power from a power supply to increase the amplitude, that is to say the magnitude of the voltage or current, of a signal applied to its input terminals, producing a proportionally greater amplitude signal at its output. The amount of amplification provided by an amplifier is measured by its gain, which is the ratio of output voltage, current, or power to input. An amplifier is defined as a circuit that has a power gain greater than 1. Words. I know some of those words like signal and maybe electronic. No, given that I have to work with audio settings for the stream, I know some of those words, but my goodness, what a tough one for us. Really fun though. I do appreciate you hanging out and playing the little game. As always, the game before the game. Let me go ahead and grab myself a jacket to get this thing started. Gotta get into pure professional streamer mode. Today we'll wear a brown jacket, I guess. Feeling brown jacket? No, we're feeling gray jacket today. I don't know why. Occasionally a particular jacket strikes my fancy, and that is fun, fun, fun. Friends, one of the giveaways I'm considering doing for our upcoming charity giveaway is if you give X amount of money to the charity, you'll be allowed to help me pick out a new tie to buy. As you know, I have probably 100 ties or so, but I get kind of stuck on using the same ones over and over and over again. So what's a good amount of money, you think, where you get to help me buy a tie? For a charity event we're doing next week, it can't be too low because I can't buy hundreds of ties, but any suggestions on that one? We have some other incentives we're going to do, and I'm really excited to show you all what we got going and just see how it goes for charity. Raising for Medicine Sans Frontier. No stretch goal will get a Jordan Peterson style suit. So this charity giveaway, or this charity stream, I'm not planning to do any new suits because I'm in the process right now of shaping my body. I've told myself over and over again that if I manage to consistently work out and eat well through the spring, so until like May or so, then I will buy myself a new suit. I really, really, really don't want to buy a new suit and then have to have it like re-hemmed and re-sewn very early. And so it's kind of a incentive for me, right? One of these, hey, do a good job, and then you'll end up getting nice things. I went to the gym. I've now gone to the gym consistently for about a week and a half. Today is gym day. We'll see how it goes. I've been eating pretty well, and as many of you know, that's the bigger trouble for me. I love food. I love food so much. It is my comfort and friend. It is with me in good times and bad, etc., etc., and you know, see how it goes, see how it goes. All right, let's get our game loaded up. And once the game is loaded, I actually want to show you one other thing. Because I think I need to offer you a tremendous, tremendous apology. We will see. We will see. Okay. So this is our base. It's not great. It is functional for the moment. We've only been playing for a little while. I'm working very hard on making it attractive and good. Now, what I want to see is what the base looked like at the beginning of yesterday's stream. Because I have a vague sense that yesterday, over the course of 4.5 hours of playing the game, we didn't actually build any new buildings. Now, this might be false. I might have a bad memory, but yesterday as stream ended, I said to myself, wow, I didn't do anything today. So let's check it out together and see if I actually have to deal with this fear, or really and sincerely, I was productive. Maybe we did bedrooms yesterday. Maybe we did. If I see anything different, I'll be very, very, very happy. Why is the top thing when I go to twitch.tv/Resorty, this will be weird later? What is this? What is this, team? Achoo. 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 Well, you know, streamer life, I suppose. Just how it goes. Yeah. God. It was labeled accurately, it's true. Alright, so yesterday's stream, when it began, we're not gonna listen to Resorty's blah blah blah. Yesterday's conversation with San Marino, what a good time that was. Oh, we didn't play Traddle Day! We didn't play my new favorite one. That's fine. Alright, so yesterday's beginning of Rimworld. Please zoom out, you dum-dum. Please zoom out, you dum-dum. Fine. So while it's the case that we appear to have actually finished making some bedrooms, over the course of 4.5 hours, we made a couple of solar panels also. How do you all watch me? I now fully suspect that the large majority of my quote-unquote Rimworld playthrough is the game being paused while I talk about etymology. The game being paused while I say, hey friends, remember that TV show from 1994? Oh, big thing. Big thing, I'm so glad I remembered. There's a raid happening right now to the south of us. We left ourselves a little message that says D is for danger to the south. I believe they're attacking immediately. I'm gonna say the reason why yesterday's stream had almost no productivity was two elements. Element number one is we had a number of prison breaks yesterday. First a slave rebellion and then an actual prison break. And spent a lot of time trying to convince Nymphadora to our cause because they're a very good character, except very ugly. Very good character I can't wait to take care of, but we need them to change their faith first. And we're almost done with that. Hoping beyond hope that they get settled down. Yeah, we only took a slave in so we could release the slave. But manumission was our goal. But it does seem to me that they don't want to be free. As always, if you let the slave free, they go home instead of staying with you. We do not believe in autonomy here, unless the autonomy leans in the direction of freedom on our terms in our world. That's the good way of going. So raid down here is still baby raid because I've made basically nothing. It's over here. Hello to you. What's your name? Black. Black the knife person. Again, this is a really good character. As I said earlier, I believe that the storyteller believes that I am bad at the game. I believe the storyteller is saying, hey buddy, this is what a good character looks like. And so I'd love to have this person. They're not absolutely loyal to their faction. It's gonna go well for sure. So if Black does not die, I'll be very, very, very pleased. Now, maybe it's gonna wait for a while and then attack. It appears to be wandering freely. So we're gonna ignore that entirely and figure out, hey, what's going on? This third bed here, an absolutely filthy room, needs Rog's bedroom. Wizards is wounded. How badly? Just fine. A little bruisey, a little slow, but still making some clothes for folks. We're in the process of trying to move in the direction of being true ranchers. Hey, we have no food. So, I was about to say, we're working on becoming true ranchers, and the way to do that is to get a bunch of meat saved up. There is a capybara hanging out there. I believe that my hunter is working on getting more capybaras. That said, good old AA is currently my cleaner and cook until Nymphadora joins us take that role of cleaning. So, gotta prioritize this one. They probably have food in their pockets. They most certainly do not. Oh boy. We do have 3 alpacas, so we could kill one of them. Also, one of them is pregnant. So we will have our alpaca farm going pretty soon. The alpacas are llamas. I never remember. They're alpacas, not llamas. What's the distinction between those two again? There's some clear distinction that I do not know. A la alpacas are larger and spit more regularly, or what exactly? The capybara can be fatty. Hey, as long as it has functional meat, I'm very, very pleased. Alpaca's a mix of a llama and a more wild animal. Is the more wild animal unknown, or is it one that that we do know of? What's a more wild animal? I don't know. It's like an alpaca and a lynx. Can you even imagine an alpaca and a wild mule? Oh, it'd be great. Ideally, want to move this this meat over to this pile. The standard, of course, to have a critical raw food pile on the floor and hope it does not go bad rather. At this point, I'll mention, of course, the mod that allows a player to have a little freezer, a one-tile freezer, so the meat on the floor never, ever, ever goes bad. For now, though, we're not playing with mods, we're playing with just the way the game was intended to be played. Man versus floor. But ironically, we're going to call this one the freezer. And by calling it a freezer, hopefully it will stay colder longer term. It's alpaca plus octopus. I'm all about it. See, now that we have those, what's the word for it? So I know that LLMs are what my students use to cheat. Fine. This morning I got an email that's definitely LLM'd because the student used M dashes to pick out a relevant phrase they wanted to use. So blah, blah, blah sentence, M dash, sense of emphasis, M dash back in the old sentence. There is no possible way that student wrote that. Definitely LLM'd email. Anyway, so I know LLMs are this kind of program with words. What do we call the ones that make pictures or videos? Like, in principle, I refuse to say they are AI, but I don't know what other words I ought to use for them. So teach me, friends. Neural networks, generative AI. Oh, I don't want to use AI, but that's what we call them. That's what we call them. Fair enough. Yeah. So as I was mentioning, now that we have those kinds of things, we could say, let's create an image of an alpaca octopus hybrid. I know when we talk about this topic, many of you get very, very upset. What about the artists, etc.? I know, I agree. However, previously I would have had to hire someone and say, create for me an alpaca octopus hybrid. It would take a long time and be expensive. How cool is it though? We can just type these things in and get it right away. Now they're evil and bad. Please don't unfollow and unsubscribe. But at the same time, that's an amazing world we live in. If we want to, we're going to do that right now. But what about the artists? All right. I mean, fair play. I didn't expect that critique to come through. Didn't think that anyone would say, Jan Resorti, why are you robbing from artists? But you might be right. I see we have a medical situation going. Is it Nymphadora? So Nymphadora has 2 infections. The bottom one is so immune. 60 out of 27 or 60 above 27, great. The second one is 60 above 49. So both of these are good. A medical treatment in Wizards, it's just bruises. We ignore that kind of thing in the video game. Exist not responding to that. Just ask Snoot to sketch it. I mean, at some level, I could sketch an alpaca octopus hybrid, right? We get the MS Paint up. I could make a little like dog-like head with spit coming out of it, and I could make a like 8 legs coming off the end. Like, this is true. I could also sketch it, but I can also see a fully realized version of the same. Realize the wrong word. Anyway, team, we'll ignore that topic because it leads only to Discord, and I don't mean our fine server where you can chit-chat, but instead people getting cranky with me. Making an alpactopus? It's true. And I think you are right. Like, I would never actually pay someone to make these things, right? I would never, ever, ever say, it's an interesting idea, but for the sake of the stream, I should get someone to make one. I would never do this. Where I would somewhat comfortably type it on a machine. Because we don't have infinite money, right? We don't have all the money in the world. I don't know. Anyway, cargo pods descend from the sky. Place your bets now on what's inside of them. We are hoping for medicine. We also wouldn't mind meat because someone's been bad at hunting. We also would mind luciferium. So no drugs, yes food or medicine. Am I lucky? I am so unlucky. Things we absolutely do not need. It's mega sloth wool instead of alpaca wool. Boo, video game, boo! You mock me with possibility. No good, no good, no good. Oh, speaking of no good, our earlier defeated wizard does not have his weapon with him. So, where is your rifle? Uh-oh. Luckily, there's the new search thing, so we can look for hunting rifle, I believe. No, we can look for just rifle, give it to us. Where's your bolt-action rifle? It's on the ground. Yes, we need to do a better job of collecting our items when they're knocked down. I definitely need the medicine. I mean, we have 13 good medicine remaining. We are also, well, allegedly growing heal root. I just need a fourth character. A fourth character makes all of our problems go away, because we're then very, very easily able to catch up on the jobs that are not getting done. One of these days. One of these days. I've mentioned 1,000 times before that one of these days my wife is buying a new iPad, and on that glorious day I will be able to take her old iPad and use it for streaming. I am so much looking forward to being able to draw pictures for you all on an iPad instead of just using the MS Paint. Now, I don't know how to plug these things in, and my wife takes months and months and months to decide on what kind of whatever to buy. Like, we have the money for whichever one she wants, no problem. But it is going to take a while. But then we'll get an iPad. I'll draw pictures, and you'll see the depths of my artistry. Speaking of depths, my soul is now very, very deep in depths, because lovely Black Galgo has died. That said, I asked for medicine, I get medicine. Hooray! Alright, now the hard question, team. The hard question is, what do we do with bodies in this playthrough? We buried the first person among the alpacas because his name was Llama. Llama was there, and this person named Black. I guess we could put Black in with the Slate, because Slate is the darkest of the stones. I think that's how this playthrough is going to go until we end up with very, very large raids, or a character about whom I cannot make jokes. That'll be good. We're running low on meat? No. This is not a cannibal playthrough. I don't know if you know who you're watching right now, but of the many, many Rimworld streamers, I suspect that I am the most wholesome in some sense. Like, there are other very sweet people, but I try very hard to never go down the path of absolute war crime. I know the game is allegedly a war crime simulator, but still. Hey, Wizards have gotten sick from an incompetent cook. I mean, our cook, who is also Wizards, I believe, knows AA is a 7. So unfortunate we end up with a bad meal. It's not from dirtiness, it's instead from incompetence. So we can now look at people and yell, "You fool," repeatedly. Now, speaking of foolishness, we could go ahead and keep Wizards in bed until he's all better. But for right now, walking. Do Graves block wind? I believe that graves and even sarcophagi are flat, so we could put it here. But no, I like the idea that being named Black and living with the black materials. Ironic in some sense, I'm sure. Alright, team. Happy good night, everybody. Our solar generator breaks down already. We have so much power. We need to start consuming the power in a big way. It's just slow going. Also, didn't I say that today I would attempt to build a kill box? We haven't done an actual kill box playthrough in a very long time. I think it'd be fun to do one because I suspect that when we're playing in the charity event next week, the other streamers will have made a kill box, and now I need to spend more time giving it a bit of work. That would be lovely and good. See that Exist mentioned there's an iPad Gold Supreme that costs 129,000 pounds. I apologize for saying that we can afford a new iPad. It's more the case that, well, as poor folks compared to that, we can do no such thing. Durathane, thank you for genuinely 1 full year of subscribing. That is a long time to hanging out. A long time to hanging out. I love that. Words are good. A long time to be with us. Thank you for your generosity. And gosh, it's been a lot of fun. Exist, I know, I'm a big old liar. A friend, it is time for a long-awaited bit of joy. We convert Nymphadora to our faith. Bingo, bango. There you go. Rog has converted Nymphadora to the ranching faith I forgot to rename. Also, Nymphadora has infections going that have not been treated recently. We'll deal with that in a second. But look how great this is. Not a lot of faith. Also hates the majority of the people in the group, but that's okay. Rog Baird made a comment about hostile philosophers. I don't know what you mean. We're a kindly people through and through. All right, so Nymphadora is not doing terribly well right now. That said, they're high enough on being over infection, that's on immunity, that we're not going to use any medicine, because that's surely a good call. Dr. AA is good on sleep. They're still saying they're sleeping in an awful barracks. Old bed not yet destroyed. We gotta deal with that. Friends, a bit of bad news for you all. Yesterday we decided we were gonna farm turtles, and I managed to get Arthur a Conquo, the female tortoise, but then a panther ate my other tortoise. So one of the more important things we're working on right now is finding a mated tortoise to continue naming after Wrexham football players. We have the alpaca farm going. Excuse me, I'm considering making it even a little bit bigger. We also need our gardener to get to work there. And Wizards have a nice little rest. Wizards is to the side right now. I mean, you can't walk, right? Oh, the food poisoning. The food poisoning has made the world a worse place. They're stuck there for a while. As they're in a bed, they'll be doctored. And so someone will keep them fed on even more bad food. Speaking of which, we need more food. Need more food. As always, bodies on the floor. A lot of jobs need doing currently. So, of these, cooking is very important. AA wants to go tend to Wizard's bruises. This will help AA gain more medical points. We like that. However, they are using fancy medicine for that. For the moment, no medicine allowed. And for the moment, cooking is more important. So, go make more food. And like we said, the freezer here should be the most important location for meat, so that they haul more effectively, and good friends then walk back and forth then. We have a monkey also. As I've mentioned previously, I've never seen the show My Gym Teacher's a Monkey, but I've heard very, very good things about it throughout the history of the stream. Also yesterday. No, that's not true. That's not true. In this game itself, we learned that Rog Barad is a character who was a video game streamer who is known for monkey-related impressions and jokes. I like to imagine that's why they're now fighting the monkeys out there. Medical emergency! Nymphadora is climbing higher and higher. 91 to 80 and 55 to 91, gonna be fine. Though, are you starving currently? Nah. You're in a little bit of pain. You're gonna be fine, though. Don't you worry. Everything is good, good, good. Alright. Rog's having a bit of a bad day right now. Rog is someone who's very, very hungry. There's a meal, there are no problems. Was soaking wet as a mood penalty added in the past 5 years? I'm sort of remembering that back in the bad old days, or the good old days, your choices, characters would walk outside in the rain without complaining too much. Is this false? Is this true? Tell me a story, please. I noticed that Rog is also having a great desire for more and more drugs. So I want to check their schedule and see how often they're set up to get drugs. Add in the last 5 years is an odd question for someone playing for the first time. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Clearly, it's the case. This is my first time ever playing the game. Alright, so on every 3 days, Brother Man is saying that's not Toka Smoke enough. So we'll Toka Smoke every 2 days, and that will be good, good, good. Friends, incidentally, question for you. In answering this question, you're not admitting to anything, I promise. We need to make an air conditioner also. So yesterday I was reading more of David Foster Wallace's Something to Do with Paying Attention. In the middle of it, he talks about his character's use of various drugs back in college, especially, and the way in which certain drugs help him to better understand his experience, whatever. But the important part for our conversation here is he talked about shifting in the words that were used for various drugs. And so he said that one time he smoked marijuana with his mother, and his mother kept calling it grass. This was in the 1980s, and he said he felt so embarrassed for her because she was clearly using the language of marijuana from the 1960s instead of the 1980s. So, without any criminal culpability, we're just talking about words here, what is the word that is now used for marijuana in the US, we'll say? Anyone know? Not admitting anything, does anyone know? I'm kind of wondering, now there's been legalization in a bunch of states, if it's just called marijuana, in the same way you'd call any other drug by a normal name. Marley, weed, Zaza? I've never heard of Zaza before. That's a new one for me. So weed is just used a lot. Okay, so weed has won the day in some ways. Jazz cabbage, devil's lettuce. I don't believe you all. I think you all are what is known as lying to me, unfortunately. Nymphadora needs to be switched over to recruit now. At 18 points, it's going to take a while. It's good, though. The stores in Canada call it cannabis. All right, so with the legalization, cannabis is being used a lot. Maybe flour. Maybe flour? Wow. Frank is from, stop it. Maybe flour. I've never heard flour before. Super interesting. Thank you all for helping me. But again, I suspect that legalization has caused a shift in naming because you don't have to use quote-unquote street names if you're dealing with something that does not receive any approbation for its usage. That's the right word, right? Approbation means disapproval of, I think. Welcome to me being grandiloquent on stream and having no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah, I've never lived in a place in which marijuana is legal. We lived in very conservative states in the US and then moved to Japan, where even talking about this is a bit of a problem. But thank you for helping me learn words so I can talk to the kids and stay hip. That's where I was saying things like hip, it's all good. You ran a study looking for cannabis in social media. There are listed 1,000 different terms to use it. Wow! I wonder how much of those are regional, how much of them are generational, how much of them are like friend in groups. That's really, really interesting to me. Reefer, yeah. I think the word reefer strikes me as being like 1960s also. Yeah, I like to do some of this as joking. Now, obviously, DFW in his book is talking about the great desire to not become his parents, this great desire to seem young and with it. And so he had this feeling of like wanting to speak ill of his mother's habituation of using drugs also, seeing drugs as being part of his culture, not her culture. Now again, this is not biographical. It's instead just a character doing their thing. Wizards returns to their feet. Wizards is making clothes right now. While I don't mind making clothes by any means, are there other more pressing things? So Wizards is our greatest hunter. Our Nimrod. If you don't know the original word Nimrod, look it up. Wizards is our Nimrod, but is also our best crafter, unfortunately. And so you're set up to make only 3 of those coats, correct? Yeah, 3 more, and then the job is done. Good. We've found a component mining site. So if you want to figure out where to get components, man, all the special locations are 2 out of 3, which ain't bad. 2 out of 3 of the interesting places so far are in the mountains. It continues to be winter here, so we're not leaving the base pretty much no matter what. Wizard is vomiting his work location. Good. Also, how's the team doing here? Nymphadora, you doing okay? Need some food. Noodles, you okay? Not so much. AA. I might take AA off of cleaning and accept that cleaning is going to be done by some other character. namely the unfortunately sore wizards, because making the food really important. Nimrod's the best move at Elgar's Enigma variations. I do not know that. Isn't Elgar Pomp and Circumstance also? I don't know the Enigma variations, though. I think Elgar's Pomp and Circumstance. Bum, 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 bum. The graduation song. All very good. Hello, Mongaloo. Hello, ID Crisis. Hello, everybody. I haven't said hello to anyone in a while here. Also, I continue to be enraged by this bed being here, so we're going to knock it out straight away. A visitor's with us named Laksha. Laksha here is wearing a lovely, lovely, lovely burqa. Males this group must wear burqas. So Rog, you're awake. Are you off there? You're feeding people, you hero. Nymphadora, how are you on food? Food poisoning. No more infection problems. Still quite hungry. You want to feed her? Them? Him? Yes. All right, once that's done, you're going to say hello here. I believe that our sleep schedule's gotten thrown off. No, it's absolutely fine. Never mind. So far, we've actually not set a schedule for our base when people do whatever they want whenever they want to. At some point, we need to change that. We also need to get an air conditioner in. So with hope in my heart that today something gets done, we're going to put in an air conditioner. It requires 90 steel. I believe at this point we are really and sincerely without steel. And so at this point we should probably make some. Best place to put the air conditioner would be right here, I believe. And the reason for that is we want to ensure enemies don't easily go through it. Now, this is the Ancient Danger, which raises problems too. And I want to check the roof situation. Okay, this is actually factory roofed. So while we're making this, we need to remove at least one roof tile, which this might count as, I'm not sure actually. I don't think it does. To ensure that this area does not become superheated by throwing out all of our heat there. Want to make it nice, a little chimney, chimbly, whatever you want to call it. So remove roof, right there, all fine. Pretty good. Mongaloo wonders, do we have a panther hunting the colony? I haven't looked in a while. Probably anytime anyone mentions panthers, we should check it out. As of right now, wow, there are actually no predators on the map except this one panther way to the south. So for the moment, we good, fam. We good. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, boy. Luckily, I don't know how to talk about the things that you high school teachers are dealing with. Things like, is it skibbity toilet? Skibbity? Those of you who teach other grades, or I guess those of you who have younger people in your house right now, have you banned certain words or phrases? Because I'm relatively sure that when I was a kid, there were certain phrases that I was not allowed to use at home. And they weren't vulgar, they were just overly repetitive. Except, was this your experience also? In the 1980s, 1990s, the word for disliking something began to move in popular culture from stinks to sucks. That thing stinks. No, that thing sucks. Just to indicate dislike of it. I was not allowed to use this word. I would get in big trouble when I did because of its resonances to, you know. Were you allowed to use that word? Like, even today, I don't use it because of my fear of my mother. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so we can sell the garbage cheers hats. I want to make more hats. Unfortunately, all we're making right now is trash. I guess we have to have more cash money. But still. I've also mentioned before I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons because they were overly rude to their parents. It's how it goes, they, Bart and Lisa, and so on. Taught bad habits, don't you know? I understand. I think if I had children, I'd really struggle with what media is appropriate. In part, I do teach text on mimesis, the way in which young people learn who they are and what to do by copying the things they engage with. Media, role models, etc. And so I'd constantly be worrying about what kind of child am I making? I shouldn't be allowed that responsibility. It'd be very, very, very hard. Your mother was shocked by eat your shorts. I believe it's the case. This is the only time my wife ever got in trouble in school. She's such a goody-goody. One time, my wife very much wanted to like fit in and be seen as a cool kid. So in response to a relatively ordinary question by her like 4th grade teacher, she said, "Haha, eat my shorts." Not fully knowing what it meant, but she got in so much trouble, and her parents were so angry because her parents are standard Asian parents. Oh boy, poor Noms, poor beloved Noms. I guess I'll sell some smoke leaf as we have more and more coming in. I don't want to sell too much. I have 5 for right now. Oh, they have not enough silver. I'm sorry, I'm giving things away. Give it away, give it away, give it away now. So we'll drop for 100 here. And then I will in fact give away some things too, just to improve relationship with the buddies group here. Gift time. I gift you drugs. Again, I shouldn't be allowed to have children. Enjoy. It's not enough drugs to give you 1 friendship point. How many for friendship points? 8 of it will do it. There you go, boss. Friends, another hour is passed. Friends, it's time for a quick little ad break. In this ad break, we actually do something fun, or at least I think it's fun. It's time for a crossword puzzle. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee, ooh-wee. So we have not yet finished this week's Monday puzzle. Also, because I had to restart the streaming program, nothing's being captured right now. One moment. There we go. I hope you're still here. Hope you're enjoying yourself. You weren't allowed to watch this shows by Beavis and Butthead. Yeah, Exist, you had no censorship at all. Don't you see how you've turned out? Exist? Questioning social mores? Suggesting that realism is false? If only you'd been raised on a steady diet of Platonism, would have been better. Friends, the Tuesday crossword comes to us now. Let's have a good time solving this. When I say let's do, I mean I will now do. Don't help me. EastEnders Channel. This is a very long-running English sitcom, I believe. It's been on forever. I have no idea. I thought it was on BBC. It could be on like BBC One or BBC Two or something. Let's work on the downs and see. Restaurant waiting areas. So in restaurants, waiting has 2 senses, like waiting for being seated, as well as waiting the people who do the waiting on you, the waitresses and so on. With a B, I have no idea. One more. Part of a bowl or a bowler. Thinking the rim has that. Bowl or a bowler. Obviously, bowler's a hat. It's also a person who's doing the bowling. I have no idea. Last one, though, we say BBC is wrong. Get by. Eek. Squeak. I have no idea. All right, not all at once. How about bit by bit? Will that one work for getting started? Menzel, who portrayed Shelby Corcoran on Glee. I know of Indina Menzel. I can't spell her name, but that might be right. Let's check the I. Having more amenities, say. Luxurianter? Close call, no, or close call. A fumigation installation. They put a tent. I put a tent underneath or over top of the fumigated building. Cat. Let's just do some across here and see what happens. Some appetite stimuli. Well, Pavel rang the bell, of course, so bells possibly. Aperitifs, is that a thing? Maybe. Starters, appetite stimuli. I mean, you first eat with your eyes. Isn't that a line by Hannibal Lecter? You first eat with your eyes? Something like that. Bone shaking action. Bone shaking action. So, like, dancing is bone shaking in a sense. Bones are also a slang term used for dice. It's like rattle his bones, throwing dice, not sure. Most ready for picking, thank goodness it's ripest. Gotta be honest with you. This is true. Here it comes. Are you sitting down? Can we anything go in ripest? What restaurant waiting here offer you wait in bars? BBC is back, possibly. Brim! They will have brims. Is that true? Do bowls have brims? I would use the word rim, not brim, but I have no idea. Get by. Cope. Frittata relative. My friends, it's the beloved omelet. It is BBC One. Woo! Aromas stimulate appetites. I think we're doing this spelling of aroma today. Extract metal from a smelt. Something to break on purpose, perhaps. What do we break on purpose? Nasty habits. Focus during a vision test. I want to say an eye chart. An eye something. We're going to do 2 more and then back to the game. Hard to get a reaction out of. Inert. I was thinking initially stoic, but inert is good. Celebratory initialism that reverses to an incredulous initialism. So OMG is incredulous often. That would be GMO. For some of us, these are not celebratory words. For other people, they are. Like TGIF is often celebratory. Congrats. I have no idea. All right, Fred, this is a Monday puzzle. This is a Tuesday puzzle, actually. Occasionally, Tuesdays are slow to get going, too. That's fine, though. We'll get it real soon. BBC One was the answer. I guessed it initially, and then I was wrong. All right, I was right, ultimately. Good. Hey, Arcaris. I still don't know how to say it, but thank you for the very generous resubscription for 4 total months. You can break a piñata on purpose, or seals on food, or Kit Kat bars, and even spaghetti. Definitely here in Japan, our pots are pretty small, so more than once I've broken spaghetti to fit it in. Noms doesn't like this. She's not Italian, but she really enjoys doing the spoon and fork routine. I have never done the spoon and fork routine to pick up long noodles because I worry I'm too clumsy to pull it off. So instead I just do the fork spin and hope it stays on the fork. Often it doesn't, and then I get pasta sauce on my shirt. No good. What is the story of the playthrough? A solar flare has knocked out all of our power. Well, that's not the plan. The story of the playthrough is we need more steel. So I'm gonna look for simple steel. I think we picked up all of it on the map. Yeah. Oh, there's one basic steel that popped up. It may have been the pile just chosen there. There's 39 steel in your hands. That's all. Easy way to get steel is to head on down and take apart steel walls. These are steel here. But we probably want to mine because it's so far away. I believe it's the case we marked some mining right here, kind of far away also. Which among us is the greatest of miners? It's Rog, my greatest of hunters also. Oh boy. I said it earlier, I need to make my cleaner someone else. How it goes. Yeah, if possible. The search box they added a couple patches back, I believe. It's the Z key in game. The Z key will open that up for you if you want to. Gotta get food going, so for the brief moment, we're going to need to have a little campfire. Oh, campfire, you're my one desire. To keep cooking monkeys for now. Ancient horror still sealed up. Yeah, I don't know when on earth to go into an ancient horror, other than not quite yet, thank you. This base is absolutely immature. We've been in the game now for 27 days, and this is all I have. As always, if you want to see competent gameplay, boy howdy, this is not the place for it. I want to say though, we've had more than a couple setbacks. The game has not been friendly to us in any sense, and my inability to get a fourth character is breaking my heart right now. It's really slowing us down. Okay. Just make 10 meals right now, please. I need to change someone else onto cleaning, like I said. So, wizards, you're going to need to clean before your other jobs. Please continue speeding up. Cleaning's getting done. Fantastic. Hey, we now have a new grave. And so, Rog here, Berry Black among the Black Stones. Isn't Blackstone's name of a legal commentary from England that is still regularly quoted in American judicial practice? The answer is yes, it is. That's weird. Alright, what more needs shooting? So among our alpacas, one of the females is pregnant, middle stage. The other one is also pregnant, late stage. So I'm not exactly interested in killing them because they're doing the baby production thing. That said, buddies out here, you have less of a claim on life otherwise. We have batteries, wire, lights out. Lights are out because of solar flare. Yeah, all electricity was turned off temporarily. And it's one of those very annoying events. Back when I was first playing the game and had to deal with fighting only by turrets, because I didn't understand how cover worked. One time I had a big raid happen, and I was like, it's fine, I got my turrets, no worries at all. And then quite suddenly, the lights went out, and all the turrets stopped working, and we just died. It was the first time I ever learned to say, that's Rimworld! You know, in the same way that Dwarf Fortress people say, losing is fun. I'll comfortably say that's Rimworld's way to deal with the trauma that is losing over and over again. Oh no! Something on here is marked as home zone. They're walking very far away to, brutal. Very far away to clean things that are unimportant to us. I really need to turn off auto expand of home zone, but if I turn it off, I always forget to expand home zone. And it leaves things burning down and things becoming dirty. Oh, don't you hide among the boomalopes. I will not shoot into the boomalopes. I will shoot random rat, though. Hello, random rats. There we go. Good stuff. Grab you and bring you in also. Okay. We have a nice pile of meat. AA, you're having a sleep. We can't allow that at all, of course. So one more round of cooking. And that's going to be good. We don't really want the campfire here anymore. We'll get that marked to destroy eventually. For now, we'll mark it as no more refuel. You cooked one meal. Gonna need 5. And then you may sleep, my friend. Until then, you may do nothing but work. Hey, level 8. Level 8, less chance of illnesses. We love it. It's more than I said, but you may now sleep. Bunch of lazies. Okay, we've not run power over here yet. We need to do that at some point. More urgently, though, is first of all make sure that you all are actually being cared for. Yeah, sorta. So now that Nymphadora is on Team Rancher, we kind of want to get her into a better prison so she likes us more. She's down to 17.2, having started at 18.5. So this is going to take a while. Gonna take a while to make her them join us. Noodles here is still being convinced to join our faction. Very close to be done. Only 7.5 points left. Next time Rog has the convert up, they'll join us nigh immediately. We could also use Rog's preaching skills to help Nymphadora deal with their mood problems, but for the moment we're a-okay. Bloodseeker has given birth. Friends, we have a tiny baby alpaca named Female Baby Alpaca number 1. An unacceptable name for an animal, so friends, I need your assistance. It's time to do an actual factual giveaway for an animal name. Now I promise 100% that we will have a alpacas being eaten soon. But if you want to put your name into the channel, let me know that you want to be entered in the giveaway. We'll have that run for a few minutes, and then we'll do a drawing, and one of you will win. And won't that be truly, truly glorious? I say yes. Your names are showing up. Thanks so much. Good. Good. Bloodseeker immediately pregnant again. Was free of pregnancy for mere seconds, and then back to it. Back to work once more, as always. see a lot of fine names being put in chat already. Thank you for that. If you don't know a name quite yet, feel free to just type in anything else to be entered in the giveaway, and then you'll have time to come up with a name instead. Hello, Blood of Nero. What philosophy tastes best to me? Philosophical framework tier list when? I've suggested, actually I've said, that one of the possible rewards for next week's charity giveaway stream is that I will, for the first time ever, do an actual philosophy stream. The vast majority of times I'm willing to do very quick philosophy shoutouts, but I hesitate to do a full stream about things I actually care about because I don't want people to get overly argumentative and make me have no fun on it. So, you know. That said, I'm largely a pragmatist for reasons I can articulate in the future. A tier list would be fun, though. I thought the tier list would be fun. We need a couple enough different philosophical views. But maybe we'll do it during philosophy stream. I haven't decided what we'll do, but it requires to hit a certain goal of money being brought in, and maybe that will not be one of the met goals. We'll see. Also, as I mentioned, we're gonna have different tiers of giveaways. So if you're going to, if you're gonna give $5, you get some stickers. If you give X amount of money, haven't decided yet, you have a half-hour talk on Zoom with Old Resorty. It could be fun. It could be fun. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Trying to make it an exciting adventure for our stream, as the first time we've done a giveaway or done a charity stream in basically forever. Where's Nietzsche on the tier list? I mean, it depends on what Nietzsche you're talking about. And this is a topic for philosophy stream, not for whatever we're doing right now. Yeah, there's a lot to say about that one. I have funny stories about Nietzsche and also heartbreaking stories. It's one of those figures that a lot of my students will show up and know something about. The figures my students know about is that Socrates was killed by the state. They know that. They know Nietzsche in some really childish form, basically based on 2 quotations. They know Ayn Rand, they know Jordan Peterson, and that's the gamut usually. Alright friends, it's time for the giveaway to end. I push the button. The winner is Noobalicious. Been following us for a year so far. Well done, Noobalicious. The name that you wanted for... It makes an announcement now. Wait, team, in chat they just made an announcement. Does that get stickied, or is it just a pop-up interesting message inside of chat? Because it looks like my giveaway program has changed how it works. And I want to make sure it's not... It's just a pop-up. Do we mind that? Is that okay? I can stop using the giveaway program. I don't know why they changed it, though. They're working perfectly fine. And then they made it different. And why would they make it different? It's fine. Or if you all are not complaining, I will also not complain. At this point, at least. We're calling the baby alpaca Noobalicious. After the winner, congratulations. I will try very, very hard not to eat Noobalicious first, but you never know what happens, right? In these cases, it can be good, it can be bad. One of these days, one of these days. Nymphadors up and around their lovely little prison coom crafting room, which will get nicer and nicer. I put more things in. We'll see. My philosophers, or my students don't know the beloved German philosophers. No, and that's fine. I want to meet the students where they are. Where they are is what's in pop culture, of course. I do wonder if there are any TikTok philosophers these days who try to offer the history of philosophy in 30-second long segments. So it is something. It is something. Their prison what now? Their prison coom crafting room. That'd be C-U-M, meaning Latin, along with or in the guise of. There's a history on YouTube of those shorts, and maybe I should try it at some point. I had a professor in grad school who often would attempt to summarize philosophers in single-line slogans. And it was things like, Hegel, the real is the rational, rational's real. So, if you took a class with him, he would occasionally point at a random student and say a philosopher's name, and you would then have to give him back his little sentence on what this person meant. It sure was something delightful. Killadrix, how's it going? Friend of the channel, Killadrix in channel right now, a streamer you can watch and learn from. Not on this playthrough, my friend. This playthrough has been me mostly just staring and doing nothing. It's been a good time, but it's also been a slow time. Folks who don't know, Killadrix, friend of the channel, good person through and through, someone I enjoy watching and hanging out with when I am not streaming myself. And so I'm going to do a little shout out here. We shout out when we actually like the person. No fake shout outs here. So I do recommend Killadrix as a person worth watching, for sure, for sure. The food situation continues unabated, continues on and on. We just gotta kill more random stuff. The other alpacas outside of our farm, don't worry, must be killed post-hastily. Somebody's gonna die. And Rog, having a little sleep, but he just went to sleep just now. Also, you may have seen a moment ago that our good friend Noodles has now converted to the path of faithfulness and goodness. So we can change over and say you're now going to be recruited instead. Luckily, only 8 points in resistance. One of the lower possibilities, and so they'll convert eventually. What's up, Chowser? How goes the colony? I pulled up the beginning of stream yesterday and looked at how the colony from then compared to this colony. It's basically the exact same thing. Yeah, that's the story. So it's gradually growing, it's gradually doing well. It's just a slow process, and that's okay. Where on Earth is the panther? We gotta check that regularly. Still very far away, vying for animals we wish to have. Look at the old turrets. Look at the old mega cannons. I imagine this is the kind that has to be hauled on a train to get from place to place. It's good. Gradual conversions happening, low mood, low opinion, so Nymphadora is going to be very cranky to make a nice prison. Man. So if I want to make a nice prison, I think I would throw it right here as a combination prison and hospital. So I will do that, so no one can say, Resorty, you have not changed the base in genuinely 7 hours of play. You've not done this, what is wrong with you? Okie dokie, I believe the line here is fine. Indeed it is. Hey, Rog ready to convert or otherwise. We're asked Rog to head to Nymphadora and try to improve their overall happiness. Nymphadora has a sad memory of being hungry, apparently. Yeah, not super important. No one has a major negative memory right now. People have memories of, fighting, but no one's died recently, thank goodness. Rog botched the attempt to counsel. Aren't you a trained counselor? What's your social ability? It's 7. That means you're a weak professional. You work once a week at the local counseling center trying to just help people who need a little inspiration. Wizard, what are you doing? You want to eat that raw? Oh, man. AA might be set on construction before cooking. Now, cooking is definitely first. Then why on earth are you not getting the cooking done? We need to look closely at this. Look very, very closely, because something is amiss in AA's schedule here. AA, cooking is job 2. Oh, I forgot to say no more cleaning. Clearly that's it. So now cooking definitely gets done first. I'm not sure though why it wasn't getting done first. They're both being level 2. And they were constructing, not cleaning. Strange times. Anyway, free working now. You're gonna hang out. Darn you, AA, and your desire to do things other than your labor. As I said though, let's go and work on this thing. The current width is 15 tiles. 15 internal is a number that makes you all happy, I know. Let's go increase it to 17 internal and see how that goes. So 1, 2, I actually don't like that. Too little room there. And as always, I refuse to move rooms I've made previously. So if we go like this and go like this, we need doors also. One right there, one right there. As I said, one side will be a prison, the other side a beautiful and new hospitality hospital. One door out of wood for the hospital, probably one out of stone for the prison. We'll figure out in just a moment here. Work to do. After building this building, we'll begin to have some kind of defensive structure out in front. Clearly at some point we'll need to incorporate the geyser, but there is no great hurry on that. Rog is having a terrible time once again. You ate raw food! Yeah, our cook stopped working for a moment and really screwed it up. In this case, though, there's now plenty of food. The AC unit must get done also. So, we looked earlier for miners and then got distracted. We established that our constructor is not our miner. Our hunter is. So for the moment, with the food we have, I'm going to invite Rog to stop hunting and begin mining. How often do I say, for the moment, I'm going to do XYZ, and then it ends up being the entire rest of the playthrough until I realize that something has gone terribly, terribly wrong? I think this happens basically every single moment of the playthrough. I always say, we'll figure it out in a while, and then what actually happens, maybe in 1945, that's the past. Sorry, maybe in 2025, that's next year, we end up deciding, no, I'm doing it then. Nothing more permanent than a temporary solution, you better believe it. You better believe if I do not immediately recognize that I've done something wrong, it just stays that way for a long while. Oh, I think this might be true outside of video games also. That's very unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, my poor characters have to climb their way through the ranch in order to get into this room is very, very silly of me. I think it was my attempt to make something like an airlock after forgetting to do so. So it might be wise to either move the alpaca zone back slightly or instead allow the door to go here. And I do worry about escaping heat, but right now we're not doing great on that. Or escaping cold, however we think of it. I believe I've been told over and over, resorty heat is not real. It's one of those things like brown and human emotions that people like to come in and say, that's just not real, resorty. I don't know. What's real even mean anymore? We learned earlier that Israel is real, but past that, unsure. Alright, goals for the next day. Goals for the next day. We gotta get some planting done to heal root. That is essential. We gotta get some mining done for steel. Not a lot. I think we need 100 steel for this. Past that, not sure. Not sure. Nothing is real, see your name. I mean, Charles Peirce has this really interesting distinction between the real and the existent. And then, of course, Heidegger goes in this direction, too, in really interesting ways. But philosophy stream. Yeah, gotta stop giving away the philosophy stream for free. Gotta save that. Heat's real in reality. I mean, when I play Auction Not Included, the physicists come pouring out of the woodwork to remind me of my insufficient knowledge of all things all. I'm not gonna say just all things physics. It tends to be a, you fool! And that's fun. What do we love about Twitch? We love that there are people from all around the world with so many backgrounds all in one place. Also, when I finally cut down all these trees, I've enjoyed having a forest in the middle of my base, but it really is screwing up my ability to make an interesting path throughout, and also to have them move at the most efficient direction from place to place. So, finally done. Friends on our new baby! I'm going to draw at this point. I'm going to draw this point. Not draw this point. Sorry, I'm doing draw. Yeah, it is draw. At this point, a new winner. New winner is Fighting Elwiri. I don't know if you actually meant to enter the giveaway, but what name would you like for a lovely alpaca baby who will surely live a long and happy life? Don't you worry. Also, a new spacecraft crashed by, and that's an easier way of getting some lovely steel. There it is. Come to me, beautiful. Alberto the alpaca. I like that name. I've never met anyone named Alberto. I've known Alberts, of course. I know the standard line about what Prince Albert in a can, but Alberto is a lovely name. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Alberto the alpaca. So AA, you're my constructor. I hate it in this early part of the game when I don't have enough characters to allow everything to work automatically. Having to engage oneself in the actual daily job cycle of the characters is not what Rimworld's all about, right? I want to sit back and see them develop their stories, but instead little AA, named after a kind of battery, has to get steel this way, wondering will more ship parts come down? Will they crash upon his poor little head? Gosh, I don't know. Very, very good to bring in the components first. Appreciate that. Seeing medicine outside still, seeing nutrient outside. Gosh, we need a hauler. That's the long and short of this thing. But progress. Did I know if I cancel deconstruct, you keep the experience? I think that sounds like hacks. I think it's like pure cheese. I guess that makes sense, right? Because you do get points during deconstruction. If you cancel it, it goes back to 0 deconstruction. That is pure cheese. I hope that gets a patch out of the game very, very soon. Though I do enjoy learning the errors in game coding, learning the errors in the intention and consequences of a developer's creation of a game, I try very, very hard not to take advantage of such. Right? Very, very hard to not do things that devs don't want. Now, obviously, this means I am not a speedrunner. I'm not someone who wants to play at the highest possible level, and I shouldn't bind myself by the intentions of the dev, but that's how it goes. Very, very old feature, probably a feature, not a bug. I mean, we can write to Tynan together. I don't know if Tynan writes to everyone who writes him, but he's always responded to my emails, which, gosh, I appreciate. Also, why do I have another bed here still? Oh, we were making beds earlier to try to farm additional XP. Now we can write, Dear Tynan, do you intend that we can farm experience this way? Because there are many, many other ways of cheesy XP farming that have been patched out of the game. And so presumably if that was one of them, presumably it would have been patched out. But I wonder why it's only ship parts, right? Because I think other things that you deconstruct do not function that way at all. When I say you, I mean the player. Interesting. Interesting to know what he says about it. I don't know. Tynan's been cool with me. I've written him probably 4 or 5 times. Every single time, I think he's written back, I've never thought of it before, really. Well, here's my answer. Because it tends to be things like, how do we say the name of the main narrator in this game? Is it Cassandra or Cassandra? He wrote back saying, well, I've never really thought about it, but around here we say. And this is the kind of question that, while I find absolutely delightful to pose sending to a dev, when I actually push the send button, I feel so embarrassed about myself. I don't know why it is. Maybe there's some ideas that should stay merely in the imagination and not go pouring out into the world. Because the poor dev's just trying to live his life, right? I'm like, hello, friend. Tell me the secrets of the game. Who knows? Yeah, mail email, we'll see. It's like the grammar question during demo week. Oh, yeah. There are lots of times when I just want to know what a dev is thinking. This is part of my standard, if I had a superhero power, I'd want to read everyone's mind. Not to act against them intentionally, but just kind of want to know what they were thinking so I can evaluate arguments more easily and also make sure they actually like me. Ignore that part, not therapy time. And so I think it's the same way. If I know that someone has an answer to the thing that I am curious about, I just want to ask. In this case, when it comes to something inside of a game, the dev has an answer, the publisher has an answer, why not ask? Now, my wife loathes the phrase, "it doesn't hurt to ask." Do you all use that phrase? Do you all like that phrase? Often said with a bit of dismissiveness, doesn't hurt to ask. My wife hates it when students say that. And she'll occasionally respond, well, the harm here is that you've taken up my time with something unnecessary. And she's incredibly busy, or she's an incredibly busy person, so she really, really, really dislikes it when people come to her and ask things that are clearly not right. So for example, we have like student scholarships to help people who are unable to pay their bills due to like family issues, poverty, father lost the job, whatever. And occasionally people get wind of these and say things like, the currency value between my home country and Japan has gone down just a little bit, so it's a terrible tragedy for me to convert the money. Not that they don't have the money, but instead that they're just trying to like pull one over on the school. And they'll say, hey, doesn't hurt to ask. And Nam gets very frustrated. She thinks that some questions are taking advantage of either a system or of a person, and that's really, really awful. You encourage employees to ask you stupid questions. So I agree. I agree. I don't ever tell my students, you're wasting my time. I think it's more the intention of doesn't hurt to ask, right? Because I think often it's a cover for a kind of insincerity. It's a cover for a kind of like, I'm going to get the best here, as opposed to here's a real question. Now, if a person thinks, insofar as I'm asking a question of my trainer or my teacher, it doesn't hurt me to ask them, that's great. I think it's more the motivation behind asking it. No stupid questions, there are stupid questioners. I don't want to use the word stupid there, but I do agree. I absolutely agree that there are some questions asked in bad faith. For example, in my classroom, I really dislike it when students say, well, just to be devil's advocates. I really dislike this because it suggests a kind of insincerity. Now, if they say, wouldn't someone else think ... or how would you respond to the argument ... no problem. It's just when, again, this kind of like ironic approach to questioning I really struggle with. Yes, so if I were Emperor of the World and able to take my laser beam and blast phrases out of ordinary usage, begs the question and just play devil's advocate. I wonder what the origin of that idiom is. Like, I know that devil's advocate is a role inside of the Catholic Church. When someone is being put forward for sainthood, the devil's advocate is the person who argues against sainthood, as I understand it. I wonder how that particular phrase left the church and began being used generally, and the exact phrasing, not acting as devil's advocate, not raising the position of devil's advocate, but playing devil's advocate. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. This might be a me thing, though. It's just because it's always smug. I don't like smugness. I think for me, a kind of earnestness and sincerity might be the most important thing in my interactions. I'm not sure. It may have originated from a great Keanu Reeves movie, The Devil's Advocate. Possibly. I don't doubt it, but I think it may have been before Keanu Reeves around. I'm guessing the internet would tell us, but for right now I want to play the game. Oh, it was a joke. See, this is the problem. I struggle with jokes. I need some, like, this is a bit phrasing. Because occasionally, like, pieces of media do bring phrases into the cultural dialect. That's great, but I never know. I mean, the standard example here, of course, is people will begin to name their children after after characters in movies. So after Twilight, there were lots of Bellas, etc., etc. I don't know. The concept of devil advocacy is valid. Oh yeah, no, I don't mean to say that people should not raise questions. I do not mean to say that people should think from other perspectives. It's more just, I think people should do it sincerely and not just to make a point. If you believe it, cool. If you're curious, cool. If you're being smug and like, I've got the answers, I don't know. It's possible I dislike a certain kind of geek culture that just wants to get one up on someone else instead of actually thinking and questioning. I don't know. I don't mean to be prescriptivist about how people talk in the world. However, I kind of want to be prescriptivist about how people talk in the world. It seems somewhat important to me, maybe. Yeah, it's the snark. It's the snark. That's what it's gotta be, of course. Struggle with the snark. Sweet Summer Child originated from the Game of Thrones? No, that's not sad. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. Really? The phrasing, my sweet summer child, came from Game of Thrones? If this is just, haha, this is a joke, look at the gullible streamer, you got me. But there's no way. There's absolutely no way. I want to say it's gotta be Shakespearean. Not gotta be. It could possibly be Shakespearean. Okay, this one's worthy of looking it up, I'm sorry. If this is actually from Game of Thrones, I'd be frankly amazed. Sweet Summer Child origin. Okay. So, as an idiom, it may have sprung from Game of Thrones. I'm not sure on that. That said, it's been used since the 1800s. Delightful. So probably it's been used more and more, online possibly, as people read the book, and then probably it's more mimetic than that, right? It's probably the case that some people used it because of Game of Thrones, and then they found themselves being copied by others. I don't know. Did they invent it? No, they did not. Was it used more often? Possibly. Wiktionary is not a good source? All right. Let's see. It was popularized. Is WikiHow okay? Like, I'm not seeing any particularly good sources here. We can go to the library page and look it up. Yeah, a lot of people are insisting it came from Game of Thrones. What's it called? Books.google.com. Hello. Yes. My kind of book. The game is paused. Gosh, I hope so. Anytime 20th century. From 1998. 1900 apparently. The phenomenology of spirit includes it? No, that's not true. That's not true. I don't want to refuse this, but that's right. It originated in Hegel. Oh, yeah, we can use the engrams also, right? Engrams are great for this kind of thing. Yeah, 1850 apparently. Again, like obviously isolated usages in poems, but let's go pull up the engram or the scholar thing. Let's try the scholar thing. Wait, why is this existing? G2O Google Scholar or Oogle Scholar. Chemistry jokes. Okay, top one, Game of Thrones. This is too recent. Oh, it's the G20 summit. Or I got it. Let's go ahead and do from 1700, sure, through 1990. Wow. Okay, 95. Wow. Wow. Alright, engram time. If you're new to the channel, I apologize that you have to tolerate this kind of thing. This is definitely part of the resorty experience. I'm talking about engram, no E on it. Fine. Okay. I want to know about, quote, sweet summer child, end quote. Do you not want the quotation marks? Okay. Okay. So it has exploded, relatively speaking, in usage over the past few years. So I will accept that it popularized the phrase. We see a couple of little bloops here. I don't want to say that I was aware of it before this year. My goodness, though. George R.R. Martin has more of an effect on the world than these people. Also apparently not Shakespearean. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Martin probably got it from old usage. Possibly. I have no idea what kind of stuff he reads. Little boop here in 2000. I wonder when the Game of Thrones books come out. I wonder if this is the movie here. I wonder if this is the movie, not movie, TV show exploding it. I don't know. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. We learned stuff. Very good. Very good. Very good. Thanks for the follow a bit ago. I appreciate that. All right. We have the video game now. We have about 12 minutes till next crossword break. ROG has a Wii U because once again, the prisoners have staged a breakout. They break out when they're numerous and healthy. There are two of you. You're missing a kidney, man. Nymphadora, a little malnourished. You're fine. You have food now. Oh, I'm a really bad prison warden, I'm afraid. We're working on making a nice new pretty prison, but can we kill the prisoners and end the madness? We're having so much trouble getting them into prison to stay. But, well, here we go. So last time I tried very hard not to kill the prisoners. This time, I don't care. This time, I don't care. All I want to do is shoot. All right, number one, Nymphadora is coming to punch somebody. We will stab you to death, I swear. We have no problem with that. Wizard, pull away. One shot, one hit. Into the arm. With the malnourishment, there's a possibility of consciousness going out fast. I really don't want to stab these people, except with bullets. Both are kind of stabbing, right? They're less likely to break out if they're in separate rooms. It is true. It is true indeed. Avoids them being numerous. I feel like 2, though. 2 does not feel like numerousness at all. Wow! ROG has hit 3 times. So, I just need you to fall over. You're in pretty bad shape. Now, you will recall last time we waited for Nymphadora to fall over was, the time they found a gun. That was pretty bad. ROG, take him down! Take him down! Take him down! Please! Please! Take him down! Are, bullets less lethal than knives? I don't know for sure, actually. I think it's just I've often seen characters lose body parts with blades very easily. So Nymphadora is slow enough that we can kite with no problems. All good, all good. Come on, wizard, it's raining. Further issue is the rain. Come along, team. Wizard has drawn aggro. Oh no, don't to your friend. Wrong clicking. So for me, I learned the phrase, that's right, for me, I learned the phrase aggro in playing World of Warcraft, suggesting which character on the player's side was drawing fire from the boss, especially. When did you first learn the word aggro in that sense? Because I used it here, but it feels ridiculous. Like, the correct thing to say is noodles enraged, Noodles, enraged by being attacked, decided to fight back against wizards. They're looking in all directions, trying to find someone on whom to focus their hatred, their rage. And I say, whoa, wizard pulled aggro. This is not good for the roleplay side, I apologize. Alright, 1 down, 1 to go, no problems, dies in 5 hours, fine. I'm gonna say no knives needed. And A is my best doctor. Number 2 down, no one at all. No one all died. You die in 5 hours, lost a leg. Are you the body purist? Thank goodness you're not. Another one captured. Is the reason I'm spamming right clicks instead of 1 click, it reflects the panic of what I'm doing. so no, it is just a matter of I click multiple times for possibly no good reasons. It's just how I kite. I have no idea. There's genuinely nothing to say here other than, yes, I do that. Yes, it's kind of weird. Little fire here. That is fine. We'll see. What I plan to do when I inevitably get famous for a Twitch quote, my colleague sees it. I think I've said previously, the things I say on Twitch, I'll definitely stand by everywhere. I never say anything on Twitch that I would not support other people hearing. You know, I have a friend who's an attorney, and she's been quite clear with me that never, ever, ever put online something you would not want read in deposition. There are silly moments on Twitch for sure, but on the whole, I stand by what I say. And it's not even intentional, right? Almost never does something come to mind that I want to say, here's the edgy response. Yeah, like, obviously with Rimworld or with CK3, you can take things out of context that do seem really, really, really awful. I try not to leave VODs up that say that. But, you know, we have silly fun. Now, I know there is at least one middle school teacher who streamed some somewhat violent video games and cursed a little bit while doing so. And I believe that he lost his job over it. And he was not like big fancy streamer, but instead his students found it in some way. And because it was that kind of student body, namely children, it was a case where the parents were not happy, etc. I didn't triage well here, and so the possibility that Noodles will die. We just need to get the leg plugged next hour or so, and we'll see. You can't stream, you have a cursing problem. Yeah, different folks, etc. But that said, like, I think cursing is a totally normal part of the human experience. For example, when Noodles dies here, I think cursing is no big deal in some sense. It doesn't bother me. Definitely, we have a more family-friendly stream accidentally, but yeah, I don't mind swearing even a little bit. It's just part of life. Now, if someone is cursing a ton in stream, I will ask them to knock it off. But we don't have a no cursing rule or no politics rule, no religion rule. But over the course of our community's life, we've built up certain norms here. And I love that, right? I love that I've set no rules to the stream ever, other than please be kind, right? The only rule of the stream is be kind and don't tell people how to dox me. Thanks. So, with those two things, we are good. But yeah, I like that we've developed a general culture of the stream, just with people engaging in this way. And yeah, I wonder if every stream does that. You know, just the people who start to show up are ones that have certain ways of behaving and jive with the streamer or not. You know, definitely when I first started, there were people who came in and said very, very unkind things. And I would say right away, like, hey, that's not for this channel. There are many other channels that like that kind of engagement, that want any talking at all. But here, I'd prefer to have no conversation, no chatters, no viewers, the ones that make me uncomfortable. And it really is, in some measure, a like self-protective kind of move. as opposed to being anything about what I actually like think Twitch should be. I want Twitch to be a nice place. It's not in a lot of places, but the part of Twitch that I have control over and that I spend my time with will be a pretty laid-back place, pretty kind place, or else. Yeah, I appreciate that we've had very few trolls throughout the years. Occasionally, you know, there's little jokes here and there, little bits of trolliness, but nothing that strikes me being actually problematic. So, there you go, Twitch. Twitch chat, those are my comments on community constitution. There's a standard line that's, Twitch communities match their streamer. And so if you're an incredibly cruel streamer who curses out their opposition and makes a scene every time they die in a game, that they'll then have that same kind of energy in chat. I do wonder if there are streams where there's a mismatch between the two, right? Where the streamer's trying to do something, but their chat is pulling in another direction. But the streamer is just so grateful to have anyone watching, anyone hanging out, anyone talking, that they totally tolerate it. And, there are streams where it just seems abusive, right? The streamer will, the standard example back in the day was Casey Tron. That's a very old name in some ways. But her stream was largely, and this is true, this stream was largely, people would donate money to have her text-to-speech say nasty things about her. Like, you are so ugly. No one will ever like you. And she would sit there weeping, and people would keep doing it. Now, she doesn't do this anymore, but I think at some level, like, man, what a good way to monetize misogyny. Like, that is the thing, right? Because text-to-speech, you gotta give $5. And so I don't know. She definitely was a troll. So it's entirely possible it's all one big act. She knew what she was doing all the way through. But that's like an extreme case of what I'm concerned about here, where some communities are just kind of against the streamer, and the streamer puts up with it for whatever reason. With this said, friends, I should start text-to-speech at once, so you can make fun of my glasses and say resort to your balding. This is good. This is a good way to pay the bills. I don't know. The flashing medical emergency concerns me, but don't worry. Brother Man's gonna be fine. At one of these points, we'll give him a new leg. That said, we are making a prison, I swear. It's gonna be good. Nice tie, nerd. Look at you with your standing desk nonsense. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to getting some new ties fairly soon here. I'm always interested in lovely ties for the lovely stream, so one of these days. I'm balding and grow a pathetic beard? I grow a pathetic beard? You ain't seen nothing yet, my friend. If we had a certain giveaway amount, I might end up growing a beard for a full year. We'll see. Exists your belief is that overall Twitch chats become less hostile and sane over time. Maybe. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about all the Twitch chats. I know about like relatively small ones, and our stream, and then very big streams. There are some very big streams that have been around for a very, very long time. Forston is the one that comes to mind. And Forston is someone that is, what's the phrase? He's the cesspool of Twitch. He attracts all the cruel trolls, and if ever he stops streaming, the cruel trolls will explode like an infected abscess across all of the Twitch communities. But I don't know. I've not been part of enough Twitch communities. Streaming takes up a lot of my time, and so it's very difficult for me to necessarily say that, like, this community works this way, that community works this way. I know many of you are part of multiple Twitch communities. I just don't have time, unfortunately. Because if I get bored in the middle of my own stream, I can't say, well, let's go watch Cringer instead. I always do wonder, like, what causes people to leave a stream channel. I don't mean mine per se, but I mean any channel. And not leave, like, stomp out and leave the channel forever. but instead what leads people to say, okay, today I'm gonna do something else. Like, some people are going to bed, of course. Some people have other obligations, but I always wonder, like, at what point does someone say, okay, I'll back tomorrow. Today, not so fun. Today, the man is not playing the video game, he's talking about other things. It's forcing to do with a lot of monotony and always wearing a white t-shirt. He is indeed. Yep, he is indeed. He appears to put almost no effort into his streams, and for some reason he's attracted a gigantic community. Like, for example, he uses a webcam that shows that he has a green screen, but he does not use the green screen. It's not like even aimed at the green screen. It's just very strange. And so I do wonder if that's actually the appeal. This person is not well put together, like I'm not well put together, as opposed to, you know, wearing a jacket and tie. What a weirdo. Alright, so with smithing done, we can now go in the direction of flak armor. I've been meaning to do this for a very long time. As usual, I'm gonna take plate armor only to unlock flak armor. With smithing right now, there's nothing we need to do, unless we end up getting a fairly good melee character, but for right now, probably not. Let's go ahead and do plate armor. That'll be fine. Yes. Friends, there are hours past, then 3 hours and 30 minutes of game time, quote unquote. It's noon now, time for a quick little ad break, and then after the crossword, I will run and get some coffee. Need my noontime coffee for sure. Some of you are mentioning other streamers you like to watch. Normally I'd be weird about that, but I'm super curious. You know, what are other streamers you watch consistently? Not people that you just happen to follow to be nice, but ones that you know, will say, okay, today I want to watch this person, or man, I love the way this person plays that game. So anytime they play that, I watch this game. There's batteries yet? We do have batteries, Eskimos. We do have batteries indeed. Today's the day we've done the batteries correctly. Thank you. Oh, Dolphin Chemist. See, Dolphin Chemist is one of the 3 people I watch. I consistently watch Cringer, Shen, and Dolphin Chemist. And there are lots of other great streamers that I watch here and there for a little bit, but I got my 3. This is the standard thing, right? The standard thing is that many people have joined communities and have schedules that have been around for 5, 6, 7 years. It's really hard to imagine watching someone new when these are your people, right? And the same thing with me here, of course. Zealand, you like that football manager? Oh boy, howdy. One of these days we'll get to it, one of these days. YouTube people, good seeing you. I only greet the YouTube people when it's time to give them an ad break. And the past hour has been talking about Twitch chat. I am the worst streamer in the world for YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Good seeing you. It's time for an ad break. Open up. Here come your vegetables. Oh, my goodness. We love it. Yum, yum, yum. It's true. These days, you only watch French streamers. Away. That's all the words for now. Alright, focus during a vision test. I want to say eye chart or eye test, but I recognize very much that this is a situation where they already used the word test. I have no idea on that one. The eye, most aloof. So aloof means disengaged from, inattentive to. Not sure right now. Excellent pair. How about a pair of aces, maybe? We'll see. A dish with rice noodles and bean sprouts. I should know that. Quill is great. Tizaru, I agree. Quill was in some measure, is in some measure, the great granddaddy of strategy streaming and strategy YouTube videos. Quill is someone who I think we all have to be inspired by. There was like articles in the newspaper about how Quill is someone that made this huge community, this huge following just playing strategy games. Really cool for sure. All right, dish with rice noodles and bean sprouts. Pad Thai has that. Unlikely to fall in love, in short. Possibly aromantic. I'm not quite sure on that one. Greeting that can be used instead of oi. Is this an Australian thing? Oi, get over here. Good day. I have no idea. What's the down then? Sci-fi vessels. sci-fi vessels, like probes, spaceships, pods, maybe. Blank paratha, a bread stuffed with potato. It's probably a loo paratha. Steps in for a limited time. This could be like, may I cut in? Time for a dance, etc., etc. I have no idea. Streamers stream so much you have no time to watch all of it. Oh, absolutely. If it's the case that, like, Dolphin Chemist streams for 8+ hours every single day. It is his full-time job. He pays all the bills with it. If I were to watch him 8 hours a day on top of my 5.5 hours of streaming and my 3 hours in classroom and then time doing prep and grading, I could never. It'd be my entire life. So, no, I think any streamer who says you must watch every moment of my stream, like, they're either joking or they're an absolute maniac. So, I know many of you are here all the time. Is Olé? Oh, Ola! Ola is a Portuguese for hello. Let's go and do 4 more than back to the game. Maintains. Possibly holds. That said, I joked earlier that something to break on purpose is a nasty habit. And guess what? It is a nasty habit. Like my opening cards in the card game. A leaf accumulator's an Eve, and so maintains is Avers. Seize without permission. I mean, steal is the obvious word. Last one for now. It's just a figure of speech. Don't be offended. Don't be concerned. Don't be something for sure. All right. Ad break, pause. Welcome back, everybody. A little more Rimworld. Quill has a chocolate and whiskey fund. You should get me a tie and coffee fund. Yeah, I've never done the kind of on-stream, today's goal for money is $5 or whatever it is. And I could easily imagine that people would mind it and people wouldn't mind it and maybe would cause additional tips and such, but I don't know. I like my largely clean broadcast, and I think if I said I need a fund to get some ties, it would lead to some weirdness, so probably not. Anyway, team, appreciate you. It's been a good time. I made some coffee right quick. When I get back from coffee break, we'll play more game. Hey, Anthro! How's it going? I wonder if you just heard what I said. Oh boy. D&D boy, what's up? Hello, Rafferty. Hello, Melissa. Hello, Anthro. Friends, I'm in the middle of going to get coffee, so welcome to the stream. I apologize for leaving right away. Anthro, what are you playing today? Friends, there's more Rimworld in about 3 minutes. If I don't have my coffee, though, I'll be falling asleep presently. I'm going to go ahead and have the game just run in the background. The biggest issue is we have almost no food still. Not being able to do any farming without anger is causing some problems. Happens every time you show up somewhere. D&D boy, I'm sorry. We're glad you're here, D&D boy. Friends, we gotta get away from this guy. I gotta go AFK to avoid this guy. All right, one more time. Right. I want to make sure hunting is actually happening. It will be after wardening, which takes some time. Cooking will happen also. How tired is my hunter? You're fine. Are animals marked to hunt right now? They're not, you fool. All right. We're hunting more monkeys, and boy, howdy, do you see what I see? There are turtles on the map again. They're all female. The one we captured is female. The game is mocking us. But I would like more turtles in our turtle fence. So when we get back, more turtles, more good. Friends, the game will run in the background. Don't you worry. You won't miss a thing while I'm gone. See you in 3. While I'm gone, your topic of the day for chit-chatting is, I don't know, what's your favorite game to see streamed? That's my question. Is it a game you really love seeing streamed? Do you very much enjoy when, I I play a game or when someone else does, or what is up exactly. The game volume is very quiet right now, so I'll put on some different music instead. Got to keep you engaged with the hottest tunes of 2024. Hello again. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for hanging out. I apologize for leaving for coffee. Feel bad about that one. That said, beloved baby Fritz the cat is always so happy when I pop upstairs at a time he does not expect it. Big surprise. So if you're still here, an absolute hero for sure. Your favorite game to see is Kill the Princess. What is that game? Kill the Princess. Raw meat alert? Are they eating raw meat? You fools! Huh, I see no meat at all. I see my cook not cooking. Are you not set to cook right now, friend? Baby Fritz is in the room. Baby Fritz is smelling his new bed. It's for you, buddy. Oh, shouldn't talk. Gotta be quiet, gotta be quiet. Not yet. Bought him a new heated bed. One of these days, he's going to use it, and that'll be glorious. So probably what happened there in Ray Raw Meat is that the butcher cut the raw meat, or made the raw meat, and then someone grabbed it to eat it before he could go and cook it. And Fritz can, if he uses the new bed we may get a Fritz cam. If you refuse to use the new bed, the Fritz cam will be terrible. It'll be an empty bed. Nobody wants that. I may need to micro food for a little bit. We just got to get our culling operation going. Are you both pregnant again? All right. This adult is allegedly not yet pregnant. Okay. We can't kill our paterfamilias, matrifamilias, however you say that. What does this game Kill the Prince? I apologize. It is bothering me to not know what this game is. It better not be anything like terribly pornographic. Please make sure it's not. Alright, hello Resorty. Kill the Princess. It's not a game on Steam. Should we play this one? Man. There have been a number of these games that have like really questionable graphics. I've heard are very, very good. Very, very good. Oh, it's Slay the Prince, not Kill the Princess. Close enough. What was the other one I sent recently? I apologize. I swear this is a video game stream. Definitely. Is it Songs of Silence? No. I'm currently looking at my email box trying to find a game that I saw that looks really ugly, but people are so excited for it. I don't know. Anyway, Slay the Princess. The pristine cut. You're here to slay the princess. Don't believe her lies. Please don't. Overwhelmingly positive. Like, just seeing these pictures makes me so unbelievably sad. I think Caves of Quad, possibly. Okay, we're gonna watch a video. We tend not to watch videos midstream. What are the tags? Visual novel, choice matter, psychological horror. It's very long. It's 1:03 right now. Oh, you mean the game. The game. All right, let's see what the video is. And the question, I guess, is this the kind of game we should potentially do as an incentive for charity stream? Like, Resorty will do X. I don't know. Anyway, I go away. We listen to this. Good luck, team.
You already know why you're here. You already know what you need to do. Yeah, if we don't slay the princess, the world ends. All of it. We know. Then why are you hesitating? What are you doing?
You don't have to be afraid. We can both get out of here. Together.
No, you can't do this. You're going to damn everyone if you set her free. I refuse to let her get the last word in.
All right. So choices matter. I like choices matter games very, very much.
You already know why.
But as you know, I have like a certain emotional connection to characters to the point that I very much want to save everyone. Now, in this moment, I'm seeing that the character that we are playing has very, very long fingernails, which might suggest unkempt, might suggest cocaine user, might suggest being the monster themselves. Now, is this the point? Like, oh, turns out I Am Legend is about the guy. There were flashes also. Slay her. Subliminal messages, apparently. I didn't have time to read these. Dragons aren't real. She is. The choices actually don't matter. You keep resetting Groundhog Day style. I got you, babe. I got you. Looking for the single frame flashes, or probably like 5 frame flashes, very hard. I don't know. It's very philosophy heavy. See, the problem is, as someone who like does philosophy as a job, occasionally when I'm told that things are philosophy heavy, they're philosophy heavy in kind of a superficial way, which I find very annoying. Not to say that things are not good, not to say that it's not worth one's time, it's just that, I don't know. Suppose that we were playing Rimworld, that'd be a thing to do, and I said, look, this game is about construction. Hello, architects. I'm doing your job. I expect the architects to say, look, that's not what we do, not even a little bit. And I'd say, no, I'm an architect. It's that kind of thing, possibly. Maybe it's perfect for philosophy day. Maybe. I don't know. We'll think about it. Think of a suggestion, definitely. Like, I'm pleased about that, but we need to make sure we choose game well. Choose games well for things that people want to watch. That's like some people want to watch it. Some people say it might be quite good. Maybe it's like having long nails. Alright. I mean, I agree. It's possible people like having long nails, but I think that person might be the baddie. So now I want to read more about it. This does happen occasionally where I get absolutely stuck on some possible game to play. Like, does this work for our stream? Also, I changed the volume settings. I need to change them back. One moment. Rimworld, you are this loud. Good Rimworld, good. Quiet on down to you. Alright, we must deal with the business of our food problem still. So Jan Hunter is hunting a monkey in the south. Yeah, as of the moment, there are no animals immediately nearby, and that's a bit of an issue. Hello, beautiful. So if I were to accidentally cause one of these alpacas to fall upon a knife, how much meat we get? Only 30 at max. Not so good. Not so good. If we zoom out again, I mean, we can kill a big thing. Like, while it's raining, boomlope hunting is not the worst of ideas. One does miss a bunch, but at the same time, one also does get a ton of food. Like, these monkeys, I think, are 30 or so per, which is just not a lot of food for the effort, especially while it's raining. I may go for a boar in a moment here, not to bore you, but I think we were permanently stuck with being a little bit dad jokey. I don't want to be, and yet I am. Yeah, this is not enough food to feed all of us for a full day, unless we manage to... Berries! I forgot! We can eat berries! They don't count as being problematic plants. Oh, resorty. I'm not sure I should mark all of them, but I mark all of them. And they'll work nearest to farthest for now. Berries can be our saving grace once more. When I asked earlier about like your favorite game to see streamed, I don't just mean on my channel, right? Is there a channel that, is there a game that when you see it's being streamed by anyone, you'll want to say, I want to figure this one out. Like, this game is so much fun for me that I'll watch someone stream it who I otherwise do not watch. It's Rimworld. Yeah, for some of you, I knew when coming back to the Rimworld directory, we'd pick up some of you who are just Rimworld fans, right? There's some people who watch the same games over and over again, even if they don't know the person streaming that, right? There's a community like that for Darkest Dungeon. That's not true. That for Dark Souls. One of the biggest moments I had as a streamer was watching or playing Dark Souls. Keep saying the word Dark Souls. And there were people who, as I was ending the playthrough, said it was so cool hanging out with you. Please play Dark Souls again. And I knew they'd never be back. They just like watching the new player experiencing Dark Souls, and I get that because it's a really, really hard game for new players, and it's a game that new players struggle with, and it's a game that can be so unbelievably punishing. They were nice about it. Like, at no point did anyone come in and say, like, hey, you're bad at this game, even though I died more than 200 times to one boss. Despite that being the fact, they still fully engaged with me, and that was pretty darn nice. You go streamers rather than games. Yeah, I know it's the case that some people are so into games they will watch any streamer, while some people are so into a streamer that watch them play any game. And there's some in between also. Like, if tomorrow I streamed, I don't know, League of Legends, there'd be some of you who would still hang out here. But there's a portion of the loyal community who'd say, maybe tomorrow is already, maybe tomorrow. That said, we have streamed League of Legends, and I'm so bad at it. Alright, a pack of man-hunting rats are upon us. Once again, the rain persists, so shooting is not so good. They won't attack doors, etc. What are you, rat friends? It's 3? It's 5. Are you actually all manhunting? Or are you just hanging out together? Only 4 manhunting. One of these is a pretender. Alright. One of these would walk 5,000 miles. For the moment we turn this off, we're not going to die to this, but we're probably going to take more damage than I'd like us to. This will help with the food. Some of them will not be butcherable, because some of them will give a rotten meat, but probably at least one will be. Nymphadora, how close to joining us are you? Pretty far away. Good old Noodles is closer, but not close enough to get him to join right around, unfortunately. You love watching blind playthroughs of Subnautica. Yeah, there's so many games that function well on surprise and discovery that when you play it the second time, it's never quite as much fun or quite as good in the same way. You can still enjoy the storyline, you can enjoy the building. But a game like Subnautica, you're discovering new technologies, you're going deeper and deeper into the world. And that's so cool. It's so cool. It's a game I'd love to play again for the first time. But when someone plays the second time, they say, oh, going in this area will definitely have whatever happen. Oh, now that I've built this thing, I need to build that thing. And so on and so on. Definitely a different experience. Is there any game you'd especially like to replay for the first time? Like any game, if you could completely forget about it, would you do it? Which one would you do it with, rather? When I play XCOM again? I don't know. I mean, what I want is Xenonauts, right? What I want is Xenonauts 2 to release its final version. I will immediately play it the moment it comes out, unless all the big streamers are playing it, in which case we'll wait a week or so. But yeah, for me that really is the game. Okay, I see 3 here. I was told there are 4. Who's missing? 1, 2, 3. Is 1 not marked? Or are they piled up, maybe? They are indeed piled up. Those 2 are both that way. A lot of story games, Don't Starve, Baldur's Gate, Hades, I get it. I've mentioned before that Witcher 3 is the game for me. If I could play it fresh, I would play it fresh over and over and over again. But it is a game that I think the story is not as much fun the second time around, though I do also know that you can choose your adventure differently each time if you want to. Rog's having a real bad time. Doesn't like being wet. Wants chemicals, ate raw food. The food issue persists. Do you have marijuana in your pocket? You do. Get smoking. Get smoking. I do also wish I could play like games like this again for the first time, right? Even though I sort of know what I'm doing in the game, I'd love to have the completely new experience of just being confused and uncertain, and then like the experience of growth, right? The experience of growth in watching a game is so darn good. Hey, someone's starving. You're fine, you're fine. The rats will save us, you're fine. Oh boy, looking pretty bad. One down, you absolute genius wizards. 3 to go. So awkward angle here. We're not going to use the revolver for a moment. All right. I will have AA engage this one. I'm going to have you 2 swing in this direction. AA, get to it, brother. Well done. 1 strike, no problems. What'd you cut off? Everything. You're a bit on your ear. Please don't lean so far down. But that is good. This is going to hit the trap. No, it's not. It's still dead, though. We have 1 nice rat so far. AA is going to engage again. awesome. This rat's not dead. This rat will never walk again. I was thinking of starting a rat farm. Did any of you have rats when you were younger? Do any of you have rats now? I've heard that they're very, very sweet little animals. They keep themselves very, very clean. If people can just get over the feeling of rats, ew, gross, that they're great pets. Great, great pets. Now, I myself never had one, etc., but there you go. Cat. Please kill it. Cat. We ended up with 2 consumable rats, I believe. Maybe even 3. Whichever way, AA, stop self-tending and instead get to butchin'. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I think that for me, rats are in a similar category as, what are they called? Ferrets. Ferrets. I don't understand the ferrets at all. I've mentioned before, this is not a nice story, I've mentioned before that one of my students had an emotional support ferret she brought to class regularly, and that was fine. You know, you do you, makes you happy, that's fine. But she would then bring the ferret to my office and let it scamper around on the floor and poop in the corners. And she would know full well it had done so, because Resorty would say, hey, your ferret pooped on my floor, and she would leave it there. And I don't know if it was because she thought, like, she was the customer, and I was her servant, or what, but it really, really upset me. Perhaps obviously. Perhaps obviously on that one. We're doing the awkward dance of everyone needs to eat real food. Failed the student. I believe she didn't do terribly well. This was years and years ago. But yeah, she was someone who I think was not terribly serious about college, as occasionally does happen. But it was definitely not a happy time to clean up the poop of someone's ferret in my office. It was strange. And the first time it happened, I was like, oh, maybe she didn't notice. And the second time I did say to her, like, hey, your ferret pooped on the ground. And she said, he does that. I was not terribly pleased with that choice of words. We're trying to feed the prisoners now, so we're going to micros a little bit more. You're going to cook? No, but you're going to give food to Nymphadora. I need you to stop that, fam. I need you to please cook more. I'm fine. I should kid her on my class. I mean, she was having trouble, right? This is the thing. She was obviously having a hard time. And so I tried to be kind to her. I tried to treat her well. And this perhaps didn't work as well as I wanted to. So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it. If we feed them, they'll try to escape. I mean, you're probably right about that, but all I want in the entire world is to have a 4th character. And the game's not giving me one of those, surprise, congratulations, you have a 4th character. And that is unfortunate for right now. Stockpile zone only allows fresh animals, or to make an area for rotting animals to live. I think we'll return them to the swamp. In that way, their bodies will fall into the water and gradually become peat, I believe. Is that right? Is that how peat works? It's things degrading in the swamp over time? Maybe. Corpses of animals live there. I'm going to call this one Peach and Pete, because that delights me. Of course not in Rimworld. Of course not in Rimworld. When I say, is this how X works, I always mean in the real world. Friends, do doctors just jam leaves into people's injuries? Not in Rimworld. I hope that student's doing well. I'm kind of considering seeing if I can find her online and send her an email. Because, she was having a hard time. A quest active called Kuro's Shack of Goodies. This is the path to real funny and real troubles, because the Kuro's Shack is full of Luciferium. In some playthroughs we say heck yes on that. In this playthrough we say heck no instead. I thank you very much. Alright. Everyone's been fed, I believe. Peat is plant matter preserved by low oxygen wild conditions, with plant matter, not animal matter. Can an animal turn into peat? Or is it instead that something else is made when the peat, it's made when the animal gets into the swampy territory? I do not know. They become mummies. Oh, okay. Got it. If we assume a very, very long time frame, would the mummified swamp beast eventually turn into oil? Or does it need more pressure or whatever else? Hey, Marks, we're using the Ideology DLC in this one. Now, have they done anything with Ideology? Not really, but it is the case we're doing the Ideology thing. Okay, no one has an infection, so we're going to ignore this injury. It'll heal on its own. It's just a scratch. We need 1 point of healing back. It'll be done. Planted a peat into coal, into oils, and gas. Okay, so I don't know how to think about that, but cool, thank you. Maybe one of these times we'll find some, like, petroleum simulator game, and we can, I don't know, take on God's perspective and see what happens over millions of years of crushing. A war merchant comes to visit. Hello again, friends. This is the second time War Merchant came with us. They have a warg, they have wolves, they passed a panther. Man, if only we had a decent amount of cash money. I think we're at 300 right now, which is probably not enough to buy anything super interesting. But if only. May I please have a healer? Dear tiny little baby Jesus, in your adorable little swaddling clothes. I sure appreciate having another character. Rog is asking Nymphadora to join after nice conversations. It is the case that Rog is liked by Nymphadora. That said, it doesn't go both ways, unfortunately. Not yet. As a prisoner, we'll see how it goes. 8 resistance still. Yeah, nice prison one of these days. What would help us most right now? Obviously, more hunting. What would help us most right now is for the rain to stop. That's what I need. I need some anti-rain dance. Do any cultures have that? I mean, like a dryness dance, but a aridity dance? Because I know traditionally one imagines rain dances, where people pray to the gods and give sacrifices to get rain. Are there any places that are overly soaked, and so when the rivers start getting high, you say, okay, God, that's enough. Thanks, God, we appreciate it. Or perhaps not so much. You have food in your pocket? You do not. All right, another day of shooting is necessary. Just so few animals. It is time for us to hunt some boom friends. The boom friends are all on the very edge of the map. So, Rog, I know you're hungry, but this is what I need. This is my story. This is my song. Let's go, let's go. We should say hello to these people also at the same time. Nearest character who can help us is AA. I believe best social on them after Rog. Let's see what you got. I'm considering giving away all of my money to get a warg. Now, as always, the warg will die of self-inflicted wounds. Or not self-inflicted, hunting wounds. Also, the warg will eat my precious meat, so maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, Smoke Leaf, we're getting kind of low on that. Components were great. I want to keep the auto pistol. We'll sell more old, lousy clothing. I think clothing really is the way we're making money in this playthrough. At least for the moment, because we do have enough cloth and leather coming in. Actually, a lot of leather, right? A lot of leather with the animal farming, ranching, I suppose. Alright, 72 plus 375 puts us just under 450. The warg is 665. We could push hard for it, but no. Not in this playthrough, not in this moment. Hopefully. Okay. Hey, it's a random component. Random pile of 6 components. Those might be important. I don't know about you, but I've heard that components might matter in this video game. We should look for other loose ones. I know that I took apart another one of the ship parts earlier. You are downed. Do not be a fool. Explosion time. Boom. Most problematic. It damaged the components. I forgot that part. So instead, I need you to grab the components and just get them out the way. And then we gotta make sure that the boom loop does not burn entirely. Again, it is raining though, so we will be just fine. Alright. They're out of the way for now. Good. So, I'd like you to haul that home. Actually, no. I'm gonna have my butcher haul it home and have Rog here and continue to hunt them. If we just get 3 or 4 of them, we'll be in really, really good shape. So wizards grab the components. Excellent. I do wonder how the people are interrelating right now. They haven't really had major interrelations, other than I believe one of them hit on another one repeatedly, leading to negative moods because they just don't want to be together. In fact, we may have a gay colonist, or perhaps someone in the prison who's gay. Yeah, we're not having gay colonists right now, but still. Also, we have a possible chain reaction going. Number 1 went boom. Number 2 is catched a flame. That's right, catched, not caught. Who would use words like caught? The fire's out now. Isn't that a line from Rent? The fire's out anyway. The song about trying to find cocaine while also trying to find love. There you go, team. That's the kind of music I listen to. Kill the Cobra. We would like to do so. We just need to get the meat home, though. Meat must go home before it all goes bad, because we have no food right now. Next time we go here, though, we will engage with a Cobra. That could be just fine. Rent's a very strange musical. They're all strange musicals. I think over the past year or so, I've become increasingly desirous or open to talk about musicals on stream. I've always known the lyrics and wanted to pepper them into my conversations, but I thought it might be alienating. Why is this man saying strange rhyming words? The answer to that one is because they make me happy. And if it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. Yeah. You're eating raw meat. We're making meals right now. How hungry are you, brother? Gosh, ravenously. That's pretty bad. Because man is strange. It's true. As many of you know, I will never endeavor to be normal. I think there was a time on stream where I said, what I gotta do is connect more with the average person. What's my demographic here? Well, I'm a 30-something-year-old man. I should talk about football. I should go learn my Nickelback and my hard rock Gwar and such. And I think ultimately we decided against that path and decided to just be ourselves. And, that's what it is. My attempts to take on, whether intentionally or no, standard masculine conduct and beliefs and so on have never, ever been successful. Anytime I try to do it, I just fall into a sense that I'm acting in bad faith, or in some measure, I'm putting on a show, a mask that doesn't fit right. So I don't know. I'm a sports ball fan. I like watching soccer. I think historically, or at least when I was a youngster, soccer was seen as not a manly sport. This in the US, this in the Midwest, etc. Now, maybe that's not true where you're from, but definitely there was a sense that if you liked soccer when I was a younger person, your sexuality was up for debate. In the way that kids are often very mean about. And so for a while there, I suppressed that I like soccer so much. But now, I watch my team. I guess it's the case that I do like sport in that way, but I'm not someone who likes watching people slam into each other, maybe. I don't know if you saw the pop-up, but it turns out we have an animal plague going. How bad can it be? Okay, only two. Only two, thank goodness. Alberto and Packles are unwell. Poor friends. We also now have 5 of these buddies and only 3 places for them to sleep. We must remedy that at once. They're set up to get herbal medicine. Speaking of herbal medicine, none has been planted yet. May I please have a 4th character? I will do anything for a 4th character. Yeah, I don't know. I like baseball also. I guess I can't say I'm not a sports guy. I think I'm not a sports guy in the way that some other people are sports people. Where they're really, really into I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't explain it well enough, so I'm just me and you're stuck with me, etc. Unless you click that X in the upper right hand corner. Please don't do this. It'd make me sad. But yeah, I think I went to a gymnastics camp a little bit when I was fairly young, probably 8 or 9 or so. I didn't exactly enjoy it because the coach was mean, as I couldn't do some particular move. He wasn't very affirming, so I decided against it. But I had some fun with, I had some fun with the using the body thing. But once again, where I grew up, definitely if you were into gymnastics, either watching or performing, again, your sexuality is up for debate. I don't know if this is a conception of masculinity that says the body is for smashing and for work, not for using in ways that indicate a certain kind of dexterity or beauty, or what exactly it is. Nonetheless, I'm glad I don't live with that anymore. And I sure do hope. I mean, I've heard from my younger students that there are, in their experience, almost no assertions of because you like X, your sexuality must be whatever. Youngsters are much, much more affirming than they were in my day, and I hope that continues. I hope we continue on a situation where people accept each other more. I know school bullying is still a big deal. I know that here in Japan it's an incredibly big deal in ways I don't want to talk about right now, but yeah, I hope it's the case the youngsters are nicer. Now, some of you teach, you probably see the worst of the kids. Maybe they're mean in new ways, but at least not that one. According to my students. They're my lifeline or my gossip line to the Ute. And they do change over time. The students tend to believe roughly similar things. They approach them in different ways each time. I appreciate that. Food is finally fine. Food finally fine. Because of that, we don't need any more hunting for the second. So Rog, no hunting. Please, would you plant the heel roots? It'd be the nicest thing you've ever done. For sure, for sure, for sure. You doing it? If we get at least one heel root up, I'll have accomplished a major goal. Why are you not planting? Oh, they're cutting first. Okay, they have to cut away the grass and then plant the seed. Just one. Now, as of right now, he's spending a lot of time shearing. We can sell this wool. We can turn the wool into sellable things. I would very much like to do that. The only problem, of course, is we don't have time to do that along with all of our other concerns. Okay, so smoke leaf needs crafting. I noticed that Wizards, my crafter, is not currently crafting. So we gotta bump that up for now. I don't want tailoring to get done, but crafting is important. Now, having said that, crafting also includes making stones. We do need more slate up here to finish our hospital/prison, which I'd like to get done today if possible. As I said at the beginning of the game time today, I'd be very, very pleased if we could get at least one new building made today. That'd be swell. This base is developed more slowly than any I've taken recently. And is some of that just like the time they're taking to get across the base? If I were to add additional roads, would that help us a little bit? But I think part of it is having only a couple characters. Man, resistance dropped from 8-8 to 8-2. We need this nice prison so badly. Yeah, I think all the trees around are slowing us down. The movement's not so good. The movement is questionable at best in some ways. Goodbye, friends. Thanks for visiting us. It's about almost 1 o'clock my time. We only have about an hour left today's stream. What are you all up to? You're getting ready for bed? You're playing some video games? What you filling your life with as we continue to allegedly play Rimworld? You know what? Some days I'm playing on game speed 1. I feel in control enough right now to go back to game speed 2. Anytime that I start playing Rimworld again, I need to play at speed 1 for a while. This will help us get more things done for sure. A little Battle Brothers, DLC for Dishonored, CK3. All games I like. Doing the Rimworld. I've heard of that game. Is Rimworld good? I can't pretend I've never heard of Rimworld while playing Rimworld. I don't think that kind of joke works, but very cool you're playing it. Very cool. Alright, AA is smoothing the floor. Mediocre, now decent. I want to push it higher, but is that a priority? Friends, we have a new animal born. The fourth person to put a name, or do it a different way. Put a couple names in channel you might want this alpaca to be named after, and I'll pick a random number between 1 and 15,000, and that person's name will be chosen. What name you want? What name you want? Put a couple in channel. Doing an orc campaign in Total War. Oh man. Oh man. The Total War bug. I've actually been thinking about doing a Total War Shogun 2 playthrough. Alright. I did say the number 4 one was going to win. I very much appreciate those of you who intentionally put in 1 and 2 and so on. I'm not going to do number 4. Instead, I'm going to take my finger, swing back and forth, and see what we get. Here we go. The name of the animal will be a HPG. Throg! Throg was the name nearest to my finger. Throg, you get to grow up. Sorry. They all get to grow up. A Throg sounds like a name for a cave person, smashing about, destroying this and that. Throg, the Destroyer. Okay. I think I ordered them to make all the smoke leaf possible. We definitely didn't need to do that. When this job's finished, I'll apologize and put it to bed. You saw Bloodseeker wants something equally intimidating. That's great. Yeah, definitely an army of alpacas to raise our base value and do nothing else. Look at all that meat. It's unrefrigerated. The doors are held open. Oh boy, team. I swear I know how to play this game. I have a freezer, a cooler at -11, and then the doors held open. Oh my goodness. One of these days, team, one of these days will play perfectly without mistakes. Today, though, unfortunately, is not that day. Alright, Noodles. What can you not do again? No intellectual and artistic, really good shooting, trigger happy, gonna be amazing. They'll get the revolver and they'll just bang, 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 bang wildly. 1.5 in 2 jobs, 2 tries, they'll hit 0. Noodles will join us very, very, very soon. Nice. We'll need a 4th bedroom. Also, I made a new bed here. Excellent quality. Excellent quality. Our first excellent quality bed. That is unexpected. Given our construction, I believe it's 7 out of 20. So, it's called Freedom Number 6. This furniture bears an artwork of a minor celebrity named Peter. A gorilla stands far from the main subject. Unfortunately, Peter has a monkey on his back. The burden of fame. I was reading the other day a book about t-shirts, actually. Haruki Murakami, the great Japanese writer, published a book about all of his favorite t-shirts he owns. And he made like little essays, little commentaries on his t-shirts. In one of the chapters, he talked about how he doesn't wear certain t-shirts outdoors because the kind of thing that invites people to talk to you. So if you have too crazy of a t-shirt or a word with some kind of slogan that like people want to argue about, they'll come talk to you. And this led to like a further conversation or commentary in the book about how much he hates going to the US, because if he goes to a bookstore in the US, he loves bookstores, goes to a bookstore, it's inevitable that one of the workers will recognize him and say, "Are you a Haruki Murakami? Would you mind signing a couple books for us to sell?" He said one time this happened and they had 50 books for him to sign, and he was so frustrated. He found, though, that if he goes to foreign language bookstores here in Japan, no one ever says hello to him. And he thinks it's because the Japanese people who recognize him are polite and don't want to bother him, and the foreigners who are there are afraid of calling a random Japanese man Haruki Murakami. He said he's never been approached in a Japanese foreigner bookstore, but he's often approached in the US. And this is why he lives in Japan more often than in the US. And I think that's a delightful story. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and pause on making the smoke leaf for right now. 8 for the moment. Unpause when at 3. And that way they'll focus instead on making stones, which is what we need to continue the story there. Continue on. I'd recommend Murakami's little book about t-shirts. He's best known, of course, for his wild fiction texts and all the rest. He's like really absurdist and weird take on Japanese culture and all the rest. But his more personal books, like what I talk about when I talk about running, and the t-shirt book are both absolutely fantastic. Really encouraged. I have a colleague who will often say, though, his favorite people to win the Nobel Prize is anyone who is not Murakami. He thinks Murakami's been overhyped as a voice of Japanese literature because he's the only Japanese author that most Westerners read. Which, I think is probably true. In part because his writing is relatively exciting, where many Japanese authors have kind of the standard Japanese deliberativeness, kind of the standard, let's present the world in all of its subtlety, as opposed to what Americans tend to like more, which is a bit more action, etc. So how it goes. You think the translation is what I'm running from when I run from the monsters who are chasing me? Really? So it might be a case where they decide to use different titles in the English edition and the Japanese edition. For example, Kohei Saito, a political philosopher here who is increasingly being known in the West, has a book that he released in Japan, initially under the title of, like, Ways to Use Marx's Thought for Environmentalism, a Lost Thread, or something. And then he revised it for public consumption, and he released it in Japan with the title of Degrowth Communism. And then he released the same thing in the US under the title The Degrowth Manifesto Slow Down. All right, so even though the title should have been translated as Degrowth Communism, if you sell a book on communism in the US, Americans will not buy it on whole. If you say instead slow down, like, oh, Americans are too busy. So it might be a case again of like, obviously it's an attempt to echo Raymond Chandler's when I talk about love, that great book. So I think often when publishers publish in different places, they use different titles based on market conditions. Friends, Packles the alpaca has died due to the plague. Were you never tended? Oh, you were tended, but not well enough. Yeah, the plague is no fun. It's one of these things that unless you're willing to use relatively good medicine or even amazing doctor, it will probably just die. Now, with that said, this plague is adapted for non-human species. That means we can eat it. The other one developed immunity. So, we lost one of the adults. We lost the only male adult. It sounds delicious. Sounds nutritious. Etc., etc. Hey, D&D boy, no problem. Occasionally I don't know if people are making jokes in chat. Or if instead they're wanting like a sincere conversation on topic X. And so because of that, I always assume that people are being sincere and want me to respond in detail to whatever it is. But, you know, I understand not everyone wants that kind of conversation. And I do struggle with jokes. And it is one of the things I wish I were better as a streamer. I think some streamers take on an ironic attitude towards chat. So anything that they say, anything someone says in channel, they get kind of like a, yeah, right, good one, I don't know, you fool, right, this sort of responses. And like, maybe that's good for keeping it like light and fun, as opposed to, welcome to Rizordi's lecture on a topic of, right, that's how this goes often. I don't know, I'm just me, but yeah, I think I assume sincerity, earnestness, eagerness, curiosity before anything else in text. Because if I don't do that, the world's a horrible place. Blue Moon, it's good seeing you. Assume you're never joking. Oh no. I need people to like flag up in channel. Are you never joking or always joking? I'm just confused. Good seeing you, Slivers. The Rimworld going well, sort of. We finally have the food situation sorted. That's how that goes. Folks, time for a very quick ad break though. It is 1 p.m. my time, almost at noon. I'm going to do 3 minutes of crossword. YouTube friends, thank you for the generous likes and so on over there. Appreciate you doing the thumbs up thing. If you do the thumbs down thing, that's fair too, your choice. Either way, thanks for being here, folks. Quick little ad break, and then we'll return to Rimworld in earnest. What's the down here? Alias in a 73 court case. Good old Row. A language family that includes Belarusian and Bulgarian. I think that's Slavic. We'll see. Absolutely transfixed. Agog. Work with an audience. Work with an audience. A play, possibly? Yeah, play feels plausible. Past that... Not sure. Not sure, in fact, what else it could be. Yeah. It's just a figure of speech. Don't be rolling a log. On we go. Hosted the first Olympics to feature a slope-style event. Isn't there somewhere called Sochi or something like that? Can't remember exactly. Having said ... having said that, having said this feels very plausible. Munchkin. To eat the munchkin. So it'd be that there. Like I said, steps in for limited time is dance something. It could be a dance break, but is this a B here? A breakaway group's a sect there. So dance, not sure. Bit of Spanish pillow talk. Te amo mucho. Retreat destination. Could be a spa, in which case Agog is wrong. With a P there, no idea. Assortment is variety, which means that agog is definitely wrong, which means possibly steal is wrong. Transfixed. Addict? Play is definitely correct, so the steal is wrong. So what's that instead? Oops. Seize without permission. Usurp. Okay. Which means that absolute transfix is wrapped instead. It's just a figure of speech. Chelsea buns. Arse. Very good. Where one might be forewarned. On a cruise. Be forewarned. It's about the fore of the ship, maybe. That means unlikely to fall in love is not arrow. What would it be instead? Unrow. Not sure. Don't be so literal, which means that cruise is in fact wrong. Literal, which means that possibly arrow comes back in again. Escort service, for example. Escort's a kind of car I know. The word tutor comes to mind right away. Auto something, so arrow does return. Escort service, like auto ride, auto robots. Not sure right now. Same here. Maybe I do too. Something to nosh on. Food. Printer brand. I thought of printer a long time. It's Epson. Today we're doing a different style of solving than I often do. Often, as you know, I just go all acrosses and all downs. I do kind of like building. I think sometimes it's harder for viewers to follow if I bounce around based on what I'm thinking in the moment. Computer designed by Johnny Ive. I don't know that person, but probably iMac. All right, no more I swear. More than an hour or so. You saw Timo and thought of the League of Legends question. I have seen League of Legends in the crossword before, not on stream, but the League of Legends ones tend to be things like League of Legends, for example, and then it's what's it called? ARAM, right? That's called. No, it's all random, all mid. What's the general category for League of Legends? It's not MMORPG. Like Battle Arena. There's some like cute little acronym. MOBA, thank you. MOBA is the word for it. It's like multiple online battle arena, maybe. So that's been in the puzzle a couple times. Also, like World of Warcraft, for example, is MMORPG. So that's about as far as video games get into in the good old crossword. Occasionally, you'll also see like Mario's brother, a plumber with a red hat, right? Very, very low level on video games. Now the New Yorker, which is trying to swing younger, has had some video game clues in them, but it's not coming to mind right now at all at the moment. All right. Look, planting more smoke leaf. The planting is happening. So food problem solved means planting is occurring. Soon people will join us. It feels like the past 10 minutes of play has been a major shift in how we're doing. Some of that is suddenly having a ton of food, also flirting. How to go, Wizards. AA tried to flirt with Wizards by telling a story about art history. Wizards did not respond. You know, that train station in Paris, its style is called Art Nouveau. It looks fantasy-like, but also somewhat like nature. Art Nouveau. I don't speak French, so I'm probably saying that wrong. Do you want my girlfriend? Why does this not work? I think I'd be so attracted. Never mind. Never mind, team. All right, this spot right here, we want only meals in. This spot right here, we want raw food. And then we'll connect all of these together for the exact same thing. Good. Yeah, the ways in which people flirt in this game are consistently hilarious to me. I always do wonder, would any of this ever work in reality? Is that what I should do? I'm always looking for ways to become a distinctive Twitch streamer. Should I take flirting lines from Rimworld, approach random women at bars, and try them, and see what happens? No, I should not. But I like that I make fun of this. I like that come up with the idea. Friends, we have a new character. Noodles has finally joined us after a very, very long time of waiting. What a good day is this one. Hello, Noodles. So thank you much indeed for the first subscription day. That was Fear Bunny. I appreciate that, Fear Bunny. You're a lovely human being, for your generosity. And there you are in the game now. You need a gun, and then you're probably hauling and cleaning genuinely forever. That's good. Those should be TikTok videos in which every single one I approach my wife. Oh boy, I think there's no possible way to make that kind of video anything but lame, but it's possible. I'm here for it anyway. We will want you to hunt eventually. For now, though, you are cleaning and hauling bot, my friend. Need even more food. We now have 4 people finally. We do not have a 4th bedroom, unfortunately. And we're kind of congested in a way that adding a 4th bedroom might be difficult. So for the moment, you're gonna have a friend. We have no wood currently. So after all the planting is done, gosh, it started, we'll then be able to cut down the trees. We could prioritize that. Surprised it's saying I don't have enough wood. There's more than enough right now. Right there, rather. It's just not inside of the relevant storage location. With what we need are more hauling, more good character. New bed? Normal quality. That's fine. Does anyone else have less than normal quality? We have 1 poor bed. We'll go ahead and get rid of that, if you please. Please destroy that one. The walls are going up also. We could make these into bedrooms instead of making them into the prison slash medical area. Because what we have to worry about the whole way through is we can't build here. Right? We have a nice open area, but we can't build here. I guess this would be the space to take next. Also, we could attempt to make a kill box that requires the enemy to walk through the marsh. I have done this successfully once before. I had this struggle with figuring it out, but that could be good. Oh, we destroyed a bed and didn't remake it. Well, good call. Good call. Who needs a bed? Not this person. Whom are you? Oh, poor wizards. Oh, poor wizards. There you go. Normal quality. Rise and shine, wizards. Get to bed. You. I'm not quite sure how to separate this room, except I do want to have a variety of jail cells. Now, the problem with jail cells always is to make them such that the characters inside of them are happy. They have to be fairly large because they need items and no cramped and so on. So can I make 2 jail cells here that will not lead to sadness? Well, I can't split this evenly because I love you all, and I know how much upsets you to have uneven things. I'm in fact going to destroy this wall. Hey, someone's got malaria. Hey, malaria. Woo, malaria. Woo. Okay, we'll deal with this. The game is paused. The game is paused for now. And then I build. Copy this thing to here. Copy the metal one to there. Good. No more asymmetry. The devil will not get in. Okay, so the two prisoners were apparently, I don't know how they got there. Where do you get malaria from? It tends to be like you're injected by a, is that the right word? Injected by a mosquito. Can you get it from like licking door handles or something? Anyway, two cons have malaria. Malaria is one of those diseases that you really should use better medicine on. So here we go for you. New friend. Everyone's gonna get industrial for right now. Actually, everyone should get herbal other than new friend Fear Bunny. Get that kind. Alright. AA, how your sleep looking? You're fine. Rise and shine and get medicine. You want to eat first? There's a mod to fix this, right? There's a mod that says, physician, first do your work. Because they won't eat before tending, but this is fine. Fear Bunny, I'm going to need you to stay in bed at least for a little while. So, not immediately life-threatening. You're going to go do that. Eat your food first. We don't mind that. Don't mind that. If Fear Bunny has a malaria, she should be in an isolated room. No. Diseases do not spread in this game, to my knowledge. And so, yeah, they're not going to cough and have malaria on each other, thank goodness. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine a character getting malaria and then, I don't know, cough on each other? Is malaria only a bloodstream disease? If so, I can't imagine my colonists bleeding on each other. That'd be pretty bad if so. I shouldn't email Tynan about that. Dear Tynan, some diseases in the world are contagious. Why are Rimworld diseases not contagious? Please make it contagious. I know this is a video game. I know we don't want maximum realism. I just want diseases to be modeled well. Look, if this is a story-based game, the story of a large amount of humanity is they just died of diseases they could not treat. Why don't my bases die of disease? Consider me annoyed. Yours, Resorty. The ending of letters with the closing yours always strikes me a little awkward. Like, sincerely yours. I don't exactly know what it implies. I mean, I think it might be a truncation of, like, your loyal servant or whatever. It just implies a kind of ownership I don't enjoy. So, of course, I'm someone who uses, like, take care as my closing. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly where yours came from. What kind of people still use it? Do you all ever use yours? Like, in your business email? Sincerely yours, Bob. Or do you have our go-to closing? In publishing, the go-to is increasingly best, which is a shortening, of course, of all the best or best regards. It always feels so curt to me. You know, I send an email to an editor and I say, hey, just curious when things coming out. It will say, soon enough. Best, Bob. We saw a panther close to the base, I do believe. Not seeing it now. Am I imagining panthers? Panthers in the mist. Okay, it did run away to fight a rat or something. Good. Good. Pretend. How's malaria looking? 20 on 13. Fantastic. Over here we have 13 on 16. All right, we have an issue. Oh, no. All right, two things. Number one, you need another new leg. Number two, when we captured this character, we'd blown out their kidney. And so I said, if this character ever gets a disease, they're just gonna die. Lowered blood filtration makes it more difficult to clear illnesses. I'm not sure it's worth using medicine. That's a 90 for quality treatment. I don't know how math works well enough to know if it's going to succeed. But that's not great. 40% blood filtration. Is smoke leaf part of that story or just the kidney? It's the kidney plus the malaria. Well, Fear Bunny, I hope you enjoyed having your name in the game. These are the kind of rewards you get in the Resorty stream by subscribing. You subscribe to the channel, you get your name in the game, and you immediately die. Oh no, gotta work on better giveaway. Yeah, never a promise you'll stay alive, only a promise that will take care of you for a moment at least. Yeah, it's really good 10, so it is possible. I'm sure someone could say immediately, given Rimworld math, etc. Immunity is catching up, it looks like, slowly. There's enough of a runway, though, that we should be okay. I wonder when people started using that idiom. Right, thinking of time to do something as a runway. Obviously, it's post-airplanes, but someone must have made that connection between taking off the airplane and needing space for that, and also any other practice in life. I'm guessing it's after a TV show, probably. Probably some TV show said, "I don't know if we have enough runway," and the accountant replied, "Bob, it's not flying. It's getting our taxes filed." Something like that. That's good. That's good. Man, I love idioms. I love learning how words work. And I think over the past like 6 years, I've become more and more comfortable with looking up non-game things on stream. I think back in the day when I first started streaming and thought, all that matters is gaming. The streamer does not matter. I would always have this moment of, I'm wondering about that idiom. Let me remember to look it up off stream. And then, of course, I would never, ever, ever remember. And so instead, it's more fun to do it this way. Our food's beginning to run a little low again, but I think we'll be okay. Fear Bunny, how's it going, fam? Have you caught up even a little bit more? 25 on 26. So with this quality of 10, we are catching up. The problem, though, is it's only a little while longer. We have light in here. It's not super clean. I don't think that matters too much. What are we trying to do right now? Things are getting planted. Fantastic. We're remaking this room in a way that delights you all with a proper split in the middle for 2 cells. They're both kind of small, but it looks kind of cool also. Medical room, we'll figure out as time goes by. Right now it can just be some boring old plain beds, but that's alright. You'll notice also a slight asymmetry between these 2 halves of the building. Is it not splittable? It's not splittable. So it's time for a little bit of what we call rationalization. I mean, explanation of my artistic vision. Which is the medical area clearly needs more room. You're going to have a lot of doctors in there doing cutting-edge technology surgery. And for that, you need space for the robots. The prisoners, they'll do okay. They'll be glad to have private rooms of their own. I don't know. I don't know. Again, pure rationalization. I shouldn't be trusted, but having a good time anyway. Alright, limestone's getting made now. Is that because there's no slate left? Are we actually out of slate blocks? No, of course we're not. We have more than a slate made. I didn't notice the big pile there. So, lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. If I want another bedroom, the obvious place to put it is up above here. That does make our ranch area a little bit less fully accessible. So we could gradually move the alpacas down somewhere else. I guess the alpacas would be okay living in a swamp. They already do, sort of, kind of. But I think we're making a room here for the currently co-sleeping folks. How is the next tend? 86. So not as good, but given that immunity has climbed over top of the disease, I believe Fearbrain's going to live, actually. For a moment there, I was ready to say they're just going to die. In this case, though, feeling really good. Yeah, feeling fantastic. On Nymphadora, we could probably stop using good medicine. We are getting kind of low on it, and we have no heal root left. I kind of want to save what we have, but I also recognize that we don't want the characters to die. If they die, we are sad. We don't want to be sad. This is the explanation of my strategy. Do you want to be sad? If not, don't do it that way. Goodness, goodness, goodness. All the limestone on the floor here is somewhat unnecessary. It has been a long and slow process of building. At least it will look nice eventually. And other stories we tell ourselves. Stories to amuse ourselves in the evening, I suppose. Another door there we'll connect to. Whoops, not right. Connect to here. Yeah, I always like when we have a little road throughout our territory. It just kind of looks fun, even though people won't use it. I believe there's a mod that encourages / requires characters to walk on roads if they're nearby. I don't know how that works, but I understand the appeal very, very, very much. Very, very much. We're down to 1 meal again. After all of that hunting, 1 meal. What does it take to be a rancher? Given how slowly animals grow, are we trying to find milkable animals? At least at this point, it seems that being a rancher is either a matter of pure scale, get more and more animals for to eat, or instead it's a matter of you're actually a hunter, lol, we were joking about the whole ranching thing. So, I don't know. 2 more female tortoises, a bunch of guinea pigs and rats. Where's that Cobramon? Pretty far away. Where's the current panther? No panther on the map currently. Fantastic. We're at raining. It'll be again with the boom lobes. For now, we're fine, though. Let's go ahead and take out some more monkeys. And the guinea pigs and rats are probably not worth it. Capybara always seems good. Saving the boars out of only respect. I think we're going to stop treating them so well at this point. Lots to hunt, lots of meat coming in. I'm considering having Fear Bunny help with hunting after hauling and cleaning is done, but that requires to have more of this. Can you make mixed meals of meat and berries? Yes, Steel Dragon, you can indeed use berries. I just need to continue harvesting them. I'm trying to have my grower do the work of planting before harvesting berries. We could, for the moment, micro that, or increase harvesting over top of planting. Now that we have enough planted for the moment, but you're totally right. Using berries is a great addition to our particular way of playing right now, because they count as non-grown or non-relevantly grown, and that is just swell. More than enough right now. AA gets them some more food for the moment, but yeah, we need to have a combination of meat and berries ideally, but one of these days I sure do hope we can just rely on the chops. There's an auto cut button. Is there an auto call button? I don't think we can auto call. Like, when there are 7 adults in here, get to work on X. I need an auction not included. Logics if possible. So we may have to do ourselves. Is it animals? I don't see auto slaughter here. I see allow and clear than different animal names. But no auto slaughter. Might be a mod. Might be a DLC. Yeah, it's in the animal tab bottom. Aha. Alpheus, thank you. Kiwi, thank you. Steel Dragon, thank you. Thank you. That's delightful. So we can see the animals differently. I've never, ever seen this before. thank you for your help. I've never done ranching before either, so cool. Cool. Look at them all. Look at them all. That's fantastic. That's very, very cool. Nice. Not urgent, but at some point, once they're adults, can I say only go after adults? Yes, maximum of adults. So, there are 2 maximum... No. My bad, sorry. Okay. I want to have 2 maximum female adults. 4? I don't know how many. For the moment, we're going to go 2. How do I say yes, do that? Or maybe it just automatically does it now. You can slaughter pregnant ones if you want to. For now, this is great. Again, thank you for telling me how to do that one. It's one of these mechanics I just didn't know existed, and it makes me very happy you don't need a DLC for that, huh? Not DLC, sorry, a mod for that, rather. I'm considering pulling up the old Rimworld workshop to see what the most popular DLC is. I keep saying DLC. Most popular mod is these days. Other than one that you need to have to make all other mods work. We'll look at some point. We got about half an hour stream left. How about today at the end, we look at the workshop and look at what mods we'll never, ever, ever use. Next time they're asked, Nymphadora will indeed join the colony. Want to get a bedroom for them there. Want to get our beautiful building finished here. We notice that Wizards is making just limestone right now. There is plenty of slate. So presumably what we need to do is to have our good friend AA stop with the cooking and make with the building as main constructor. Unfortunately though, we need more food. So Rog, are you hunting? You're hunting berries instead. I mean, very good. But I thought we put you on job 1 hunting. We most certainly did not. We marked things to hunt and then did not hunt them. Goodness gracious. Back to starvation once more. Gonna be good. And with the Hot Potato Cherry event next week, we have no required mods to use. It'll be a mod-free playthrough, thank goodness. But I do wonder if the other streamers involved in the charity event are going to use mods, especially quality of life ones that help them to, know what buttons to push and otherwise scam the game. I don't mean that. I mean that a little bit. Alright, give it along, Rog. Kill the rat while it sleeps. A mailer could actually finish it off in 1 hit. That said, Rog can too. Okay. It helps the food a little bit. You know what? While you're here, brother man, let's harvest a few of these. You're at 10, right? Oh, 10, so good. I remember when I did my YouTube Naked and Afraid playthrough, the story of Chip. So much of the early game with 0 implants was begging that we'd get more than 3 or so berries per bush. It was really rough time for a while there. And then the playthrough ended forever. Yeah, thinking about a new YouTube playthrough. I don't know what the storyline would be. I think I have like a vague storyline, but I'm not sure it would be a start from nothing playthrough, because I've kind of done that already. I don't know. Let's not talk about it. Every time I talk about this, I'm like, yes, let's do that. But do I actually have the right kind of discipline to do so? It comes down to what I do on my Tuesday and Thursday afternoons of work time. Because I don't go to the gym on those days. I don't teach on those days. I tend to use them for, reading and refreshing my life and so on. But I use them for recording videos instead. It'd be a very different world. Very different. I don't know. No more on that topic. It's a dismaying one. Are you gonna die? 6, oh no! 59 10 quality. fell behind again. Not by a lot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it's fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. Malnourishment during malaria, not a great idea. They're going to be fine, though. We're going to mark you as no more tending. In fact, you're going to hit immunity before you need tending. Back to the question of Fear Bunny. The never-ending question of the same. AA is trying to warden/doctor instead of cooking. It's only a little meat. We're kneading that meat into Fear Bunny. That is the essential character's thing. This meat's being taken by someone else. We can't have that. They're eating so much for not having consistent hunting happening. We need someone hunting forever. We now have a third adult. Nubalicious, a juvenile, sorry, not a full adult. On the way, but still getting full of food. Wizards, you're not taking the food there. AA will fill Fear's tummy. Fear's out of bed. Fears, what are you doing? Are you getting food from far away? You're having a smoke to fix your mood. That's fine. You get some food and then back into bed. You can be treated when? 0.7 hours. Also, while stoned and missing a leg, they're walking so slowly. I don't want to replace the leg until after the malaria is done. But boy, howdy, this is not ideal. Nymphadora, you're in good shape, correct? Immunity through and through. You have no food, though. Come on, Fear Bunny! Either get in bed or collapse. Either way is fine. It'd be faster to drag you across the room, but perhaps not, perhaps not. Alright, nearby berries. Mark 2, harvest again. Rog. Recruiting Nymphadora. They are going to join right now. Unfortunately, I have to force them to sleep in this room as they join. Throw it right there for now. Okay. AA has one meal. Who else can harvest, if anybody? Nymphadora has joined us. Not exactly the best time for it, unfortunately. AA, make with the tending again. Oh boy. The colony reaches a moment of real concern. Does Fear Bunny live? Or on this day, will we become only 4? I think I'm going to kill the juvenile Nubalicious. At what point do you age up? Is that listed here? Like, becomes adult at day... growth time is 19 days. So, if we wait 7 more days, we get more food at 126 food. Your current food is 63. So, double the food for waiting 7 more days. I don't know. Alright, so much comes down to quality of 10. Give me a 90. 57. Goodbye. Goodbye. We'll see you, Fear Bunny. Thanks for playing. Genuinely no idea what else to do there other than just be sad. That said, a moment of happiness. In this moment, bright stars shine in the sky. At this moment, a comet comes by, lowering our stability. My friends, it is the beautiful Thrumbo for the first time in the playthrough. This one is 146 years old and can't hear me coming. This one's in fine health. They wander about 24 and 146. It's Grandma and the kid going along. Is AA my best doctor? Sure do hope so. Yeah, actually, Nymphadora is now, but they hadn't yet joined the team. I believe we'll have one more 10 until Fear Bunny dies. We'll have AA not do this next time. But how it goes, what are those? Have you never seen Thrumbo, or just like a meme? Either way, Thrumbo are gigantic, graceful creatures of unknown origins. It's gentle by nature, but extremely dangerous when enraged. Its long fur is exceptionally beautiful. Its hide incredibly resistant to damage. Its razor-sharp horn fetches a huge price. Legends say that old Thrumbo is the wisest creature in the universe. It simply chooses not to speak. What are those? Something like that. Okay. I think I'm going to have a second character help with hunting for right now. If I don't do that, we are all going to starve, which has been the ongoing issue. We could also hunt Boomlope again, or we can bring the whole team together and hunt an elephant as a vague commentary on imperialism and the way in which the imperial officer does not know if he's serving the empire or himself. George Orwell, boom good. Alright, I think I'll shooting an elephant, in fact. More monkey hunting's upon us. Rog got one? Rog got one. Fantastic. Let's have no starvation today. Also, more berries have just popped into harvest level. We'll grab those while we're here. We'll grab that one while we're here. The combination should be 10. That's right, the only stream on Twitch where you hear George Orwell references occasionally. It's a life. It's a life. Nymphadora is coming to cook. Do we want that? We certainly do not want that. Okay, so what you do well, Nymphadora, is going to be cleaning and hauling for the moment. I'm sorry, anyone who joins the base gets to haul and clean and basically nothing else. 76 on 81, we have 8 hours. Nope, it's all over now. Poor Fear Bunny. Poor Fear Bunny. Yeah, nothing to be done. We could cut out the diseased part. We can cut out their whole body. That'll probably help. That'll probably help there, but I don't know. Okay, more meat, more meat. AA, you got things to do. Namely, make even more food. Food was so good for a moment. But yeah, we are feeding 5 mouth currently. That's the point at which you really need to cook on full-time work. And it sure would be nice to have, a full-time hunter also. Actually, the best thing would be to be able to use farms, right? At this point, like, usually farms are automatic food production, which is good. But we're just not able to do that. So one of these days, automatic food production, but not quite yet. We got pregnancy going. Hooray. Oh, is this the point at which there are no adult males? Yes. So soon enough, alpaca number 1, need a better name. Soon enough, Throg will be an adult, and then we'll get more alpacas going. For the moment, though, that's me all there are for want of an adult. Someone bring me an adult! At once. Alpaca number 1. I'll give you the standard name that everyone loves. Alpaca Chino. Perfect. Fear Bunny is scared, is confused, does not know what to do, can 10 now. Nymphadora has 64% manipulation. Welcome to the game does math for me. So, your medical 10 skill with all your problems is 77%. By comparison, AA here, your medical 10 skill with your problems is 75. 77 is higher than 75. That is what's known as quick math. So, Nymphadora, feed Fear Bunny, and then please, with our final good medicine, get us a 90 or so. It's probably too late, but this is us showing care for the people in our base. 100%. It doesn't matter. It's too late now. Friends, we do not have enough runway for this launch. What a shame. The game mocks me. So what I want with a very bad 10 is we could say, that's okay. These things happened. 100% at some point it would have caught up, but the 250-something 10s midway through caused some possible problems. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It was nice having a 5th character for a moment. That's just very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Really good shooter. That's why I'm excited to have them. Really good shooter. We love that so much. Well, one fewer mouth to feed. Wizards, you're our leader. What do you say about this? Masochistic. Psychically sensitive. Wizards comes forward and gives Fear Bunny a little bit of encouragement. Doesn't it feel good to hurt? Your body rots from the outside in. If only I could have the same. But then, feels a little bad about having done so. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that. That was the wrong thing to say. Your body is not pure. Malaria is destroying it. Not the best speech ever. Do not go swiftly into that good night. Yeah, there's no possible way of catching up. Is there? Is this the part where it starts catching up and I start getting like, oh gosh, it's gonna go, and they die with 1% left? I believe it is that part of the show. Hello, Ivan. Icon, you like my coffee mug? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It's one I got as a gift some years back, and I have brought all the way to Japan. Back in the US, we had a giant collection of coffee mugs, but they've since been abandoned out that way. Oh, Rog. Oh, Rog. Yeah, having two shooters out here means we have one who's using a fairly good weapon and one a not so good weapon, and it's a bit of a mess, to put it mildly. I think the prevailing theme of today's stream has been, oh gosh, where's my food? Oh gosh, wouldn't it be nice to have food? Etc., etc. Is there coffee in Rimworld? There's tea. Unfortunately, it's like psychoid. Which drug is psychoid? I can't remember. So there's some kind of hallucinogenic tea, which is similar. And there's beer. Those are the two drinks you get in the game. On the whole, Tiny is not a fan of drinks, because they're just another kind of food, apparently. Okay. 2 hunters has been a very good solution. We now have enough food coming in, we're in good shape. The problem with 2 hunters, though, is no other work is getting done. Unfortunately. Fear Bunny, show me the numbers. 98 on 93. It is catching up. It's just not going to work out. We're at the point now where I should stop looking, because it's just going to make me sad. You might pull through. You might make it. No, you're not going to. Yeah, that's a shame. Anyone like you? Oh, so no one actually likes this character. Fear Bunny, we hardly knew ya. We should probably bury you in a polite way. Alright, the preparation for the burial inside of our quote-unquote ritual chamber there. Put into a sarcophagus of slate, the finest of the stones. Let's put it a little bit down for that, actually. I like it here more. Ah, it's lovely. Can you freeze during crypto sleep or cryo sleep? We have no such machine. There are possible cryo sleep in here, but it's something that we don't have access to, and so on. Fear Bunny is no more. What's the problem? Malaria. What's the problem? Not having a kidney, and then bad tending. If only we had replacement kidneys now. We just don't, though. Alright, we have a ritual called the Stoic Funeral. Collect the corpse and a grave, and begin the internment of Stow. I'm not going to be too sad. What? Ain't nothing gonna break my heart. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. I know. I've got to keep 'em moving. Who is that? Who is that? Why do I have those lyrics in my head without knowing the artist even a little bit? The artist formerly known as that person there. Formerly known as, rather. Who on earth is that? It's definitely 80s or 90s music. Kind of like reggae in a sense. Did I rickroll you? No, it's not that song. Good song though, whatever it is. Yeah, it's Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride is the name of the song. I have no idea who sang it though. Absolutely no idea. It might be one-hit wonder territory. It is Matthew Wilder. Look at that outfit and hair. Matthew Wilder, what have you been up to? Is it a one-hit wonder? It was huge with teens. The upbeat pop hit Break My Stride had a renaissance recently. Matthew Wilder. If you don't know this song because you're a Zoomer, please check it out. It's part of your education today. That's delightful. Alright, so what are you doing these days, my friend? Wilder, nay, Wiener. Yeah, if you want to be a pop star, Wiener's a rough name for sure. 1984 song. Also wrote for the feature film Mulan? I had no idea. I have no idea. Interesting. So, their first, or his first, album with that song hit number 4 down the charts, and they tried to get in 1984, no such luck, and then a new one in 2021. Well, that's okay. How cool though that they're on Mulan also. Hope they're doing well for themselves. Actually, in 99 there's a VH1 Where Are They Now? I bet it's focused on they're making Mulan and so on. That's very cool to remember something vaguely and then to learn a little bit more about it. I'm refusing to be overly sad about Fear Bunny going down. Nymphadora is now sleeping with the corpse of Fear Bunny. I don't like it when they do this, but I'm not gonna stop it. Because it's one of those things I think that the characters should refuse to do on their own. I don't know. I'm just a guy with opinions, but it's always a little strange. Like, if they were lovers, this is a little grim, a little morbid, I apologize. If they were, like, very close before, I can imagine having trouble saying goodbye to that person and wanting to keep them close despite what's happened. But as people who don't like each other, I don't quite get it. Now, maybe that's just me, but yeah, we're gonna get you in bed real soon. Don't you worry. Okay, we're heading towards end of stream, and so I'm having a number of moments of, like, what have we done today? Friends, what have we done today? Well, what are the things that were done that we can be proud of? We made half of a building. We struggled with food quite a bit. We did some hunting, like that's a good thing. I didn't quite get to the kill box. It's true. Like really and sincerely, I think we should be ashamed of ourselves today. Alright, we can go ahead and do one final bit here. A gathering that occurs around a believer's grave after they die and are buried. If the body is destroyed, an empty grave can be used. Slaves don't get funerals. Alright, so it's the case, take 2 hour long. We have a 58% chance of a good internment. Here you go. The light shines. The speaker is not yet here. Rog, where are you? Oh gosh. The speaker runs the church as fast as possible. is gonna be over before they get there. I didn't know this was possible. Well, who needs a priest anyway? I better get a refund. Alright, it was heartwarming. The speech was captivating and heartfelt, and everyone came away focused on the good memories. Everyone gets +8 mood for 6 days. Woo! So I believe it's the case. So it's crazy here. 3 out of 10 were there, and the moral guide gave the bonus. Do you also get the buff? Okay, so insofar as you were not there, you don't get the buff. But we still got the +30% for their being there. Well, that's something. The funeral went perfectly. We'll call it a little buggy, perhaps. If the person giving the speech is not there, there should not be an indication of, gosh, we had a speech, I suspect. We planted heal root. That's something I did today. That feels pretty good. I'm always amazed when people have playthroughs of Rimworld they get through in only a few days. Man, when I play Rimworld, I just play so slowly. And part of it, I don't really know the cheesy fun stuff, but I enjoy myself. And that's what counts. For sure, for sure. Alright, in the last 5 minutes of stream, what is the goal for ourselves? Well, this floor will be done. Is that a worthy goal? Gosh, I don't know. What can Nymphador take over as bigger jobs? Can help with research. That job isn't really being done right now. Can help with handling instead. Alright, Nymphadora, you're going to become the handler-in-chief, so Rog can work on other things instead. What those things are, I do not actually know. Getting the growing and plant cutting done might be good. For the moment, I put plant cutting before gardening, so these trees get cut down. That's good. You really enjoyed Redactyl earlier? Thank you, Serpent. Yeah, for some people, the beginning of the stream is the very best part of the stream. It gets done in about an hour and a half, and then we don't do it again for the rest of the day. But yeah, we absolutely love the Redactyl. We love the opening games. Love the opening chit-chat. Yeah, I do wonder what would happen if I stopped becoming a video game streamer and just became a let's play silly little games together streamer. You know, would it lead to absolute chaos? Would it be a fun little day? You know, or what exactly? It would definitely be a different vibe. So we'll do it again tomorrow. You know, we always do the Redactyl each day. And yeah, it's a nice time, but perhaps a silly time too. What's your way to auto-mark to cut the stumps? I do wonder why the devs decided to add stumps. Like, it does give a little bit more wood. It does give a little bit more, like, a realism, perhaps. But past that, I'm just not sure. How do you mark these? They're cut wood. But can I not overall get them? Hey, there we go. Must have the wrong thing chosen previously. But down go the stumps next. They also deteriorate on their own, so you can't just leave them behind. So it's a reminder of the sin you've done against nature by chopping things down. No doubt, no doubt. Okay, maybe more lights in here. We can start thinking about things like flooring in the bedrooms. Things like getting this part done also. For the moment, I'm going to say no more limestone floors. They'll get finished eventually, but I really want this building done first. And so construction person will work on that. We have some food. That's glorious. We're currently waiting for mail to grow up. Chopping on stones. Because we're not working on limestone anymore, this will fill very quickly. Also, just realize we don't have these marked as paused when satisfied. So trying to make stones every single time it runs out. Let's do below 40 on each one instead. I think that seems a little bit wiser than my earlier ridiculous setup. And learning how to use the settings on each workspace is something I generally do okay with, but it always amazes me when I do just absolutely incorrectly. Let's go and reconnect these lamps so they attach a little more beautifully. Big fan of that. Dealing with the trees. Nice, 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 nice. Finally more attractive. Now, there'll be more trees sprouting up from here and there. More things we need to get rid of course. AA, what you're working on? AA is, in fact, making the room. We have enough food right now. The base is stable in a way that it hasn't been in a while. And gosh, I'm a fan of that. Gosh, I'm a fan of that. Feels good. This is the part where I now trumpet just how great at Rimworld I am for accomplishing one minor goal, namely building a small wall. I guess you gotta take the little successes where you can find them, right? Nymphadora is complaining about clothes issue. You have a lousy parka and no shirt at all. So we'll add to you what is known as a shirt. A lovely button-down shirt, maybe a tie too, we'll see. One thing we need to do first thing tomorrow, so I don't forget, is go and set up the making clothes correctly line, which will be a little more complicated, but also mean we don't have to pay attention to clothes making ever again. Wizard, what you doing? Having a little walk. When the walk's done, what do you get to? Wizard's job is crafting number 1, then cleaning. We're going to boost tailoring as job 1 instead to get clothes for Nymphadora to improve. And again, it is a matter of a duster needed as well as a shirt needed. They'll get done soon enough. Tomorrow they will fix that. Okay. How much done? 87 to finish. I'll do that very soon. Last little bit here. Once we get our first heal route, 83% done. Great. Also, we went ahead and marked the hay here not to be replanted. I think we should probably make sure it's replanted soon enough, so we'll mark that as such. Friends, I hope you had a good time today. I hope it's the case you enjoyed yourself hanging out with some Rimworld and some chit-chat, endless blather, and so on. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider hitting that follow button to know when I go live again tomorrow. It's 8:30 a.m. Japan time, a time when it's a little bright and early for me. It tends to be like 7:30, I think, maybe 6:30 p.m. Eastern time US. You can do the math. Whichever way, hope you enjoyed yourself. Thanks for being here. Thanks for subscriptions and follows and all the rest. It's been a lovely, lovely time to hang out with you as always. We're here 6 days a week, playing some video games and have a good time. We're going to end stream with 3 minutes of ads, so I can go ahead and do a little bit more crossword. When that's done, we will go ahead and do what? We'll raid someone. Who do we raid today? We got to find a raid target so you can bring the love, the energy, the excitement from one stream to another and make someone's day by sharing all of you with all of that. 4:30 p.m. is when it starts in Arizona. Serpent, I got to work on getting more and more viewers out in the West Coast, and the reason for that is my usual stream arc is we start very, very strong, and then the East Coasters go to bed. So I got to get more West Coast, Best Coast representation and people from the Western time zones and Mountain and so on. We're working on it. Joined together is probably an E here, I suspect. Joined together. I mean, welded, married, paired, joined together. Not sure. Joined together can also mean something that people do together, as opposed to the two fitting together. Hey, Tap Girl, West Coast, Best Coast. I'm a Midwester, so I have no real alliances here. No real allegiances. Some coast is some coast, all fine for sure. All right. Producer of the history podcast Throughline, probably from NPR, I'd guess. A flower in a Walt Whitman elegy for Abraham Lincoln. So the elegy is probably "O Captain, My Captain." It's probably a lilac, but I don't know that for sure. Jabbed. So jab could be like literally to punch. It also could mean to chit-chat, like jibber jabber. It can also mean to like needle or annoy someone. The word joked fits, but a J here seems strange. Escort services and auto rental. So jabbed here is not sure. For good measure. So thrown in, extra, etc. Something nonchalant, a snack. There you go. For good measure could be like as a something. Steps in for a limited time. Dance, no idea. Case for indirect objects. case for indirect objects. So on the one hand, this makes me think of like a briefcase for my spy tools, right? On the other hand, I know case is a grammar thing. I don't know if English is a case-bearing language. So the word attaché would fit here. No, it will not actually. We're going to ignore that one and hope my wife doesn't see this video. A genre for Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley. Are they cozy games? Maybe so, maybe so. Instrument in much Indian classical music. I would have said the sitar, but sitar is not fitting here right now. Huh. S-I-T-A-R wouldn't fit regardless. What are other Indian instruments I know? There are none. Joint cuddle session. Joint cuddle sesh, rather. So joint could be marijuana, weed, cannabis. Joint could be, together. It could be about your knees, right? KN, knees a joint. A dance craze is a limited steps. Like for a while there were flash mobs. You don't remember this? Flash mobs were a thing for a year or two. A later gator is bi, so it is indeed knee something. Joint cuddle sesh. How does one cuddle a knee, huh? Toothpicks for giants, maybe. A log there. Egyptian Peninsula. Egyptian Peninsula. No idea. Profusion of treasures, feathers, is a plume for sure. And I think, friends, that is going to be it for today. It is indeed. It is indeed. Icon, you'll sub again once you're employed. No worries. You subscribe if you want to, if you can, and we treat everyone equally here. We hope people enjoy themselves regardless of sub status. It's just a nice time hanging out. All right, Fred, let's find someone to raid host real quick. If you're still around and want to raid, I hope you do so. Who's playing Rimworld that is, a little smaller streamer maybe? Hello, I'm Resorty. Not Warren. I think we raided him recently. Looking for names of people that might join our community or have been in our community. Not saying right now. This person seems plausible, the streamer. They have a webcam. They have a beard. They've been on it for 3 hours. Unsanity Live is insane. We'll see. For now, I'm gonna say this guy. Hello, this guy. Hello, this guy. You here? Do you see me? Please look. Please look at chat. Oh, buddy. Well, let's raid anyway. I used to say we'd only raid if they noticed me, but let's go ahead and raid B. Penziza. I'm sure cool, I'm sure a nice person. Hopefully the excitement is good, and they have a nice time with you. See you again tomorrow. Appreciate it. Adieu to yet and yet and yeah.